Just started, thanks.
Okay. So we will call this meeting to order at 10:02 on January 15th. Tony, if you could, or Amber, whoever could do roll call, please.
Amber, do you mind doing that? If you
I have
can't,
the
I'm
list.
happy to.
Nope,
Okay,
I got
thank
the
you.
list right here. Thank you. Okay, Lee Warren,
Here.
Sean Emmerich,
Here.
Steve Reinhardt,
Here.
Bruce Carpenter,
Here.
Brian Carroll,
Here.
Robert Dane, Barbara Evans,
Here.
Mike Morgan,
Here.
Dave Motley,
Here.
Scott Regan,
Here.
Doyle Williamson,
Here.
and then our commission liaison chair, Scott Kessner.
Hi, everybody.
Here.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Amber, did you want to do the housekeeping? Well, before we do that, if everybody could just mute their screens, please. We're getting a lot of background noise. This is going to be a pretty extensive meeting, so I want to make sure everybody can get heard and not get distracted by everything else going on in the background. So, Amber, you want to go ahead with the housekeeping?
I think Abby's doing the housekeeping.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Abby was here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Abby Lee, Deputy General Counsel. Just a few housekeeping measures just to keep in mind as we proceed through the meeting this morning. If you are speaking, I think as Lee just said, if you can just keep your microphone on mute until you are speaking, that will help cut down on background noise and interference. And if you have a question or you wish to speak, if you can use the raise your hand function or feature, and then the chair can call on you. And then finally, we are subject to open meetings. So for open meeting purposes, if we can just limit the chat function as best we can. Certainly if you have a technical problem or something, let us know. But if you can just keep those comments via chat to the minimum, that would be ideal for open meeting purposes. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 3, remarks from the chair. First, I just wanted to say welcome to Brian and Bruce. Welcome to the Inspector Committee. Thank you very much for offering your time to serve. It is a bit of a time commitment, but it is for the greater good of all inspectors and consumers in the state, so we greatly appreciate it. Wanted to thank TREC staff over this last year. This has been quite a challenging thing. Obviously, everybody's lives have been thrown up in shambles, but staff has done exceptionally well in keeping everybody informed, up to date, and I think most of us have experienced that renewals and course approvals and stuff like that, all those times have gone dramatically downward, which is always great. So I've been seeing a really, really good trend with that. Thank you to the Education Subcommittee over the last year or so for the work with the pre-licensure process, and then the ongoing work with the standards and SOP updates, because those are very tedious and time consuming. And then obviously the SOP subcommittee for all the work that they've done over the last couple of years as well, which we're about to see the first line product of that. So I just want to welcome everybody, and we'll move on to item number 4, discussion and possible action to excuse committee member absences. I think we only have one. It's Mr. Dane, who had other commitments this morning, but I think that's the only one we have. Correct, Amber?
That is correct.
Okay. So if anybody would like to make a motion to officially excuse his absence, you can do so. If not, then nothing. All right. So, yes.
Can I just make a clarification for CE credit? And I'm sorry, I didn't do this earlier, but we have a number of people that have joined that we can't necessarily see their name, but we can only see their phone numbers. So I was just going to suggest, if those of you want to send an email along with your phone number that's displayed here, just so that we know if you are seeking CE credit for attendance at this meeting.
Where do they need to send it, Jennifer?
Right.
I'm sorry, you can just send that to education@trec.texas.gov.
Okay.
Could they also possibly put it in the chat window, just so you have, just so it's right there if it's just easier?
Oh, I think that'll work too. Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you want, you can put it in the chat window, your name and your license number. Put that in there just to make that easier for them so they don't have to go look that stuff up. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item number 5, ratification of the minutes of the October 12, 2020 meeting, which were sent out quite a while ago. But did anybody have any modifications or changes to those minutes? If not, then I would entertain a motion to approve them.
I make a motion. This is Sean Emmerich.
Motion by Sean. Any second on that?
Second, Mike.
Second for Mike Morgan. Ratification minutes doesn't need a vote, so we're in good shape there. So minutes are accepted. Item number 6, election of officers. Open up the floor for nominations for chair for the 2021 year.
I nominate Lee. This is Sean.
Mr. God, I second that.
Apparently, I need to do a lot worse job. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other nominations? Okay. Hearing none, I guess that leaves that one to that. Do we need to vote on that, Tony, or no? If there's
Yeah,
just
we
one?
do.
Okay.
You do need to vote on it just for, I believe, I mean, unless Abby wants to wait on it. What you could do is just get a slate if you wanted to get nominations for all, and you could take one vote on all the nominations if you wanted to
All right.
do that.
Fair enough. All right, so we'll close the nomination for chair. Open up the nomination for vice chair for the Inspector Advisory Committee for 2021.
Mr. God, I nominate Sean.
Did I hear a second on that nomination?
Second.
All right, any other nominations for vice chair? All right, we will close the nominations for vice chair. And we will open nominations for secretary for the 2021 year. Don't everybody speak at once.
I'll keep doing it.
I'm sorry?
I will keep doing it.
I think Steve,
I nominate Steve.
All right, there's a nomination for,
Second.
and there was a few seconds for that, so everybody likes Steve as secretary. All right.
Who nominated Steve, please?
Sean.
Thank you.
All right, any other nominations for secretary? All right, so we will close nominations for officers, and we will, is there any discussion on the slate, which would be Lee Warren for chair, Sean Emmerich for vice chair, and Steve Reinhardt for secretary? Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, Tony, let's do a roll call vote just so we don't have 20 people saying aye all at the same time.
okay, Amber, can you handle the roll call vote?
Do we want to do them each individually or just as a whole, or?
Let's just do it as a whole, as the whole slate.
Okay, I'm gonna do the roll call then. Okay, Lee Warren?
Approve?
Yes. Okay, Sean?
Yes.
Steve?
I approve, yes.
Bruce?
You're muted, Bruce.
I see lips moving.
You're still muted.
I can come back to Bruce.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
There he
Thank
goes.
you. Okay, Brian?
I approve the slate.
Okay, are we voting for approving the slate or to elect?
It's to elect them. It's
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
essentially the same
Thank you.
thing.
Okay. Okay, Barbara?
Yes to elect.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Doyle?
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now have our, sorry, go ahead.
Hey, sorry, Lee. Has everybody else's? I've got. Never mind. You guys froze for a second, which is odd considering I'm in the office and I'm getting a direct line into my computer that there's an issue. But that's. I just wanted to make sure we're still doing all right. Go ahead, Lee. I apologize.
No
I
problem.
do see you freeze up every once in a while, Tony, on your screen and everybody else still moving.
Huh. Okay. That's interesting.
Okay. Item number 7, general comments from visitors or written comments on non-agenda items. If there is any visitor here that has a comment on an item that is not on the agenda, please utilize this time to speak and let those comments be heard.
And Lee, we didn't receive any additional requests for public comment.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So we'll jump to number 8, reports from subcommittees. Education subcommittee.
We have not, let me make sure. Okay, we have not met since the last meeting as a education subcommittee.
Huh? Standards of practice. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear a lot about yours, but did you want a quick synopsis?
We've met numerous times. I don't know how many times, Tony, but a lot. And we'll have extensive stuff to go over later in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, you've met at least once a month, sometimes twice a month over the last 6 months.
Yeah. So,
All right,
we're ready to present today. So.
Okay. Well, while we're on this, let's go ahead and utilize this opportunity to reset up the slate for the 2 subcommittees that we have, education and SOP. Steve, would you be willing to stay on as chair of the education?
Yes.
Okay. And who else did we have previously on there? I believe Miss Barbara Evans was on there. And a list of people here. So we had Mike Morgan. Were you were on SOP, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And Dave Motley, I believe, was on education.
He was on
No.
SOP as well.
Was on SOP as well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Scott was on SOP. So Bruce, so we have what, 4 there? So Bruce and Brian are 2 newest members. Would you guys be okay being on the education subcommittee for this year?
That'll be fine.
I'm good with that.
Perfect. Sean, are you willing to stay on as chair for the SOP for this coming year as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I have education subcommittee with the chair of Steve, with Ms. Barbara Evans, Bruce and Brian, and SOP with the chair of Sean, with members of Scott, Mike, and Dave.
Man, it's the triple B team.
Whoop, whoop.
Actually, Lee, Robert John Dane was on the SOP committee, and Mike was not. But
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I haven't been.
Yeah,
meeting-
yeah, Mike was not. But we need a replacement. So Mike will be great.
I've
Yeah.
been working with Steve.
Yeah, because I knew Mike or Robert had gone off. So, okay. All right.
All right.
All right. So I think that covers everybody, and that covers our 2 subcommittees. So I just want to make sure we got that out of the way too.
And Lee, this is Abby again. We did receive a request for comment from Greg House on item 8B.
Okay. Greg, would you like to comment on that? Pretty sure I saw Greg here. All right, Greg, if you're trying to talk, nobody can hear you. I'll give you just a little bit more. Right in there. Okay. All right. Well, we will go ahead and move on. All right, so item number 9, staff reports, executive division, please.
Good morning. This is Chelsea Buckholz, Executive Director. How are you guys?
Good morning.
I will keep it very short. The legislative session started this week on Tuesday. So we had our first opportunity to testify on Wednesday before Sunset Commission, just to conclude that process and to be a resource if they had any questions regarding our implementation. They did not have any questions, which I see as a successful implementation. If I just in observing the hearing, that the agencies who received questions seem to be agencies that had not fully implemented or that had additional concerns by members of the legislature. So I see that as a success. We were, in our implementation report, we were completely implemented with one exception where we were partially implemented. That's as of the date that implementation report came out by the Sunset staff. And by the time that hearing occurred on Wednesday, we could say that we were fully implemented, that partially implemented item was now fully implemented. So I can say that we have 100% implemented the Sunset recommendations and legislation. And I'm considering that behind us. So that is a win. So we didn't end up saying a single word in that hearing on Wednesday. And just as an aside, that was a hearing in which we were able to participate, I say in quotes, virtually. So we did that from our office. So I think we'll see more and more of that this session, just depending on how the session goes. I saw this morning that one member of the legislature has since tested positive for COVID-19 since being on the House floor. And, I think that they will, it will be ever changing, most likely. In order to enter the Capitol, you do have to be tested. We have not yet had to go. We remain almost entirely virtual in our at our office. We do have a presence at the office every day for purposes of processing mail and the money received in the mail, but it's a very small subset of our staff, and that's on purpose, just to keep everyone safe. We did have a larger presence, and with the increasing numbers in Austin, and really just with COVID kind of closing in is how it feels to me, I have really, the only shift is that I've stopped encouraging staff to come in, and only those who really have a business need are there, and there is some business need. So that's that. I expect that to remain the case until a vaccine is readily available, which of course is a moving target. We expect our communication to increase as we move into this kind of transition phase of inspector education. As we make those changes, we, as that evolves this spring, we will increase our communication to make sure that applicants know what to expect and have an understanding of what they need to do from an education perspective to become licensed. So we will ramp up those efforts and have some plans in place to do so. That seems to be the biggest thing on my radar related to inspectors. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about anything you'd like for me to talk about, but absent that, I'll leave it at just those comments.
All right, thank you very much, Chelsea.
Lee?
Yes, Tony.
I do want to just add one thing, that we have actually started the process. I'm not going to say it's likely or unlikely because I don't know, but we started the process in terms of reaching out to the legislature about possibly amending some of the inspector statutes, namely the repeal of the recovery fund in light of the fact that you guys have to have the insurance requirements there, and also with the possibility of having things down to one license type, a professional inspector or whatever that would be named, and getting rid of the tiered system, still maintaining an apprenticeship track. It should someone want to utilize that, but just removing the real estate inspector, which nobody really uses much. So in the early stages of that conversation. This is a crazy session, so I don't know if anything will move forward with that whatsoever. But just wanted to let you know that has happened.
Okay, fair enough. If you need any help with that, let me know.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
All right, 9B, Trek Enforcement Division, please.
Good morning, Happy New Year. Mike Malloy, Director of Enforcement. Before I move to the report, I wanted to say, just to give you a little update on that, the memo we discussed the last meeting regarding having a rotating professional inspectors that provides expert opinions on cases. We did have 5 inspectors volunteer to help. I know there's a couple more new members, so I just wanted to let them know, once they get their feet wet or whatever, if they do feel like volunteering their time to have enforcement staff reach out to them regarding cases or opinions, that type of stuff. Get in touch with the executive or me directly if you're interested in that. But we're starting on that process. So if anyone has any questions on that, please let me know. And if you turn to the report, like normal, the first portion of the report is what's been done since we last met. So we had 8 disciplinary actions since we all last met, and then the remainder of the report is just what's been done for the full fiscal year. So, does anyone have any questions about any of the cases directly?
Brian had his hand up. I don't know if it was for this item or for the last item, but I just noticed that. Brian?
Okay.
It was for the last item. You made a comment about going to the legislature to pull the recovery pull down because of the insurance requirement. And my question was, because I'm new to the board, how does the timing of that play out with the insurance requirement being in place and the statute of limitations running for people that might have had claims? Because to me, it seems like there should be some overlap in those two things to allow for the insurance requirements to be fully enforced and vested while we taper that off. And I don't know how those two things played across.
That's a great question, Brian. When this was broached at the last time it was broached, which is, I think it was 2013.
Hey, Tony,
there's an echo.
Hang on just a sec. Somebody's got their volume really loud, so it's actually coming back through as an echo. So if you can just mute when you're not talking, that'd be greatly appreciated, because otherwise it's echoing back.
Okay, is that better? All right. Anyway, I apologize, Brian. The way it works is there's when we filed legislation, or when legislation was filed last session, there was a provision in the statute to hold out any money in the recovery fund to deal with outstanding liabilities. The insurance requirements already in the statute. So that's the reason why there's a movement to possibly repeal the recovery fund, because it's not utilized anymore because of the insurance requirement. So there is a provision to hold money aside for any outstanding liabilities up to a certain point, a certain year, and then once those are as you said, statute of limitations, I don't know if that's the right term or not, expire, any money left over would be refunded back to the inspectors who've paid into the recovery fund, and then any money outside of that would be placed in the general revenue fund at that point. That's the way the bill was drafted initially. We, as I said, haven't gotten any indication if there's anyone willing to carry this legislation yet. If they do, that's the starting point. That could change based on any input we have from industry or anything else. But I hope that answered your question.
I think it partially answered my question. My concern is if you've got a 10-year statute of repose hanging out there, and then we stop the recovery fund to just make sure that that recovery fund was available, because just because someone has insurance that they've now bought, insurance is issued on a claims made or an occurrence basis, for at least what I understand most of the inspectors carry, as opposed to a occurrence-based policy. And so just that's been looked at, and maybe that's an offline discussion we need to have.
I'm happy to have that a little bit more in depth with you, and we can get Abby Lee on that as well. But there's some issues with how you can get a claim through the recovery fund, and I don't know if this 10-year issue is something that actually applies to that or not. So we can we can talk about that offline if that would help you better. Oh, you're muted, sir. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
And I just have some experiences trying to make claims against that recovery fund. And so I'm very sensitive if there is a gap, as we do this. I think it's a great idea. I'm 100% on board with the insurance. But sure, I think we can have that discussion, Tony, you and I and General Counsel offline.
That would be great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody have any other questions for Mr. Malloy? Sorry, I know we kind of bounced there, but I do want to say thank you, Michael, and the Enforcement Division, as getting those notices as these disciplinary actions come through is very helpful, so that when we get these phone calls, we know exactly what they're talking about and we have an answer for them. And I greatly appreciate that, so thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, Education and Exam Division.
Hi, everyone. Jennifer Wheeler, Director of Education and Exams. This report you have before you reflects qualifying and continuing education provider and course applications received and approved through this fiscal year. Of note are the qualifying course applications that are coming in to satisfy the new education requirements. We received a number of them prior to the beginning of this fiscal year, so you don't see them here. Since December, we have approved 6 new courses to satisfy the new requirements, have another in review. These are from 2 different education providers. And I thought I would just give you a little bit of an update here. Last month, we published a survey of inspector education providers asking how many were planning to submit courses to satisfy the new requirements. We received affirmative responses from 8 providers, which is consistent with about how many we have that traditionally offer inspector pre-licensing courses. We've also been in regular communications with a couple of additional providers as they are preparing their materials and anticipate kind of a mass influx of applications here in the very near future. And to that end, we have been diversifying staff training to be able to manage that mass influx of courses and be prepared by March 1. Are there any questions? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Licensing Division.
Good morning, Denise Sample, the Director of Licensing, and the reports we've got are through November of 2020, so the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. And the bottom half of the report shows the number of real estate inspector applications we've received. I have confirmed the number of apprentice original applications received in this first quarter, and that is a correct total. That's not how many are issued, that's just how many applications we have received. We have the renewal activity at the bottom half of the report. So we are in fiscal year 21. So on the very right bottom hand side, we've got fiscal year 19 to compare the same, because the license term is 2 years. So it compares the same, essentially the same group of license holders. The next report shows the total number of license holders through November of 2020. And the inspectors are right in the middle of this chart here. So we have a total of 4,178 inspectors, and that includes active and inactive as of November 30th. The next page puts those numbers into a graphical presentation, and I do want to draw your attention that just in case you guys see a drop there between July and August, due to COVID, we'd extended all license renewal deadlines. So we had about 4 times the number of licenses that were set to expired status in August. most of those were licenses from March through July. So it looks like a significant dip that, we seem to be kind of making up that ground. The last report is the average number of calendar days to process an application, and the inspector applications are in the center of that report. And so you'll see how many days it's taking us to process each type of initial application. And right below that is how many of those applications we've received in that month. It's not really apples to apples. Sometimes we have to go back and forth a couple of times with an applicant to get more information from them. So that doesn't necessarily reflect that we've processed 80 of those applications, like in that first row for professional inspectors. But that concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item number 10, update from the course writing group. Is that you, Tony?
No, that's Jen or Steve.
Which writing group? Have we got two of them, or I can? Oh, I guess that's just me. So we are continuing to work on updating the legal and ethics side and creating the SOP manual for the MCEs. I think it's going as well as could be expected, with my participation being kind of limited this last month, but I do see daylight at this point. So maybe at least my participations should be accelerated to get into gear. But so the plan, I believe, both of Jennifer's working on this with us, may want to go over the time schedule that we're trying to make to bring our project to the full committee, and then also to the TREC Commission, and to get in play before so it can be used this year. Yes. Ms. Jennifer?
Sure, I'll add to that. Yeah, everybody has done, we've had writing assignments, so everybody's contributed in significant ways to each of the areas that will be covered. Our plan is to have the course content fully developed by March, and I think we're on track to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, I've had some personal challenges that have kept me from staying ahead and trying to give examples, but I think I'm to the point where I start participating a bit more and get that done. And we've got a really good group of people that are doing this. I think it's going to work well, and hopefully the committee is pleased with the direction we're going, and trying to get away from just the, like I call, computerized voice reading of the SOP and legal and ethics, and try to give it some personality and something that somebody would be willing to keep and look forward to going to. And it is, like always, planned to be updated every 2 years, so there won't be any repetitive. And the idea is to standardize it, so the belief that MCE is somewhat the same no matter where you take it, and providers will have the ability to change up the elective stuff to entice people to go to the MCE should be pretty much standard wherever you go. You shouldn't be missing out by picking one provider over another. But questions?
I just want to make sure that, because I didn't hear this, and there's some new people on the committee, I just want to make sure everyone's aware that this is the first time the writing committee has worked on an SOP course. I know we've talked about that, but it's been a while since we've met. So they're not only updating the legal ethics, but they're actually coming up with the content for an SOP course that'll be presented to the committee for your approval. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that.
And some of the goals that we've always had is not only providing a manual, but then taking that manual and somewhat giving a presentation for the providers, so that there is continuity and standardization between providers. That this MCE is the same no matter where you go, basically. The only difference being is the actual presenter, how well they're actually able to convey that information. But with the handout, we'll take and try to create a presentation that'll go with it as a package. And because in the past, the SOP was just kind of free range in the sense that how they emphasized and how they did things it varied. And for those that have been around a while, we've taken MCE from a number of providers, and the quality and the information varied tremendously. And this is trying to ring that in and make MCE what it should be. Is the intent is to give everybody the information that we think is important and should not be elective each 2-year cycle.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Steve or Jennifer in regards to this? Not seeing any.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Question is, and we talked about this, Jennifer, how to possibly integrate the SOP changes. Do you want to address, is this something to address any changes that we're going to talk about the SOP later.
Right.
Something that we need in our next meeting, which we already have scheduled. Do we want to address the SOP changes that are being presented here, or wait? I know we've talked.
I think there needs to be a parallel with that, Steve, because until they're adopted, you can't really do anything in terms of incorporating those into the course. So the committee obviously needs to be working on how to incorporate that.
Yes.
But and I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Jen, but I think probably the most efficient way is to subsidize the SOP course materials once the SOPs are adopted in whatever form they're adopted in.
And I've kind of kept, this was my first chance to see what the SOP committee had come up with our materials. And I don't see any big significant things that is going to alter a lot. I think from what we have, from what I've seen so far, I don't think it would be, that much work to actually make an amendment to what we produce.
Right. I think, given the fact that we've continued to discuss the potential upcoming changes to the SOPs in the writing group meetings, and we've kind of got that in our back pocket, I think what we'll do is we'll be focusing on just getting this course written and then being prepared to supplement these materials, as we've done with other courses when rule changes have occurred and things like that. And so we have a process from the curriculum development standpoint for making sure that the updates get done to any of the course materials and those are delivered to the education providers and instructors. So I think we're okay there in anticipating those changes.
Okay. Sean?
Yeah, I just wanted to just add on to that. We've discussed that quite a bit during our SOP meetings, and there's some targeted areas that we really, once we get everything finalized, Steve, we were going to get with you so that it can be pushed out in course materials, so that anything that's kind of vague or could be confusing, that we can clarify that through education and renewals.
Okay. That's the opportunity to do that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 11, discussion and possible action to recommend amendments to 22 TAC 535-216, renewal of license proposed at the November 10, 2020 commission meeting.
I'm happy to address this, or if Denise wants to, but essentially this was a rule to conform with the statutory change that happened in 2013 or 15. I can't remember when it was, maybe 17. But there's a statutory change to allow inspectors to reinstate, and the rule for some reason had never been codifying that change. We were doing what the statute said, but the rule needed to be updated, and that's what this rule does. It allows an inspector to reinstate after a period of time rather than have to reapply.
Yeah, I want to point out it also, if they apply for reinstatement within 2 years of the expiration date, they don't have to retake the exam or be subject to new education requirements. But Tony covered the rest.
Okay. So go ahead.
I don't think we've received any comments about this, have we? Anybody?
That's correct. No comments.
So in this one, we would be looking for a motion to propose approval by the commissioners. Is that correct?
Yeah, recommend adoption of the rule.
Recommend adoption. Okay. So I'll open the floor for anybody to make that motion.
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion.
Who is
I
that?
will set.
Hang on, who made the motion?
Bruce.
Motion made by Bruce.
Brian Carroll, I'll second.
Second by Brian. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Amber, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Lee Warren,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Bruce,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Barbara, I'll come back to Barbara. Mike, okay. Dave,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Doyle, Barbara, Mike,
Amber,
Mike,
it looks like Barbara
Mike, you're
is
muted.
saying yes in the chat.
okay, thank you. And we did not hear, I did not hear from Mike or Doyle on that.
Yeah, Mike's muted.
Okay. Well, I think
It
we have.
still passes without,
I was going to say, yeah, there's well more than a majority. And I apologize if this seems like it's being tedious on these roll call votes. I want to do it this way to make sure that everybody's voice is actually heard on that vote, just so we don't assume that because we heard 3 people clamoring yes at the same time that it approves. So I was just more for clarification than anything else. That's why I'm doing that.
Well, it helps staff too when we're annotating the notes or the minutes to know if there's any issues or not.
Okay. All right, so item 11 passes. Move on to item number 12. Discussion and possible action regarding a form to provide for the disclosure of inspector referral fees and a client's approval as required by 22 TAC 535-220 professional conduct and ethics.
So,
go ahead.
Well, I just this is on the agenda. Obviously, you guys have brought it forward previously, but we just need some direction from the committee as to what they want staff to do in terms of addressing this issue. There is a form utilized by sales agents and brokers, and Abby can correct me if I'm wrong, with regard to the relationship to residential service companies, that is sort of similar to, I think, of what you want, but not quite. So this would likely be sort of a new form, but we just want to make sure that we understand what the committee's direction is in terms of drafting this, so we can bring it to the next meeting for your review.
Okay, so I'll speak on this because it's one of the things that I've kind of brought up, and the reason is coming up, especially for the new people. What I've started to run into on the agent side, there is a form they have to fill out if they're getting referral fees or something from any service provider that they are referring, so on and so forth. On the inspector side, there is no such form, and what I'm starting to see a lot of, and I actually saw 2 or 3 more of it yesterday, was inspectors will refer certain service providers, a pest company for termite reports, a pool company for pool inspections, and those types of things. The termite company is charging them $50, but they're charging their client $150. And, you know, they're pocketing that extra $100. So I think there's a little bit of an issue just with that in and of itself, and how some are getting around it is they're kind of slipping it as a little footnote in their inspection agreement. And I'm wondering from a consumer standpoint, if the consumer actually knows that that license holder is receiving a referral fee for those services that they didn't actually render, for actually referring those services out. So on the agent side, you have to have an actual form to make sure that that client knows specifically or authorizes that license holder to get referral fees. But there isn't such one for inspector licensees. And I'm kind of, again, our job here is to look at it from a consumer standpoint. I want to make sure the consumers are aware that if they're okay with the inspector, adding a surcharge or whatever onto whatever that service provider charges them, that they're okay with it. I just kind of want to bring that up for discussion. My thought process was to have something like that form on the agent's side to utilize. Obviously, the wording will be a little different, but that was my thoughts on the process. So I just want to kind of open this up for discussion.
So Lee, on that one that you're talking about with the agents, they have the client sign on every transaction.
Well, it's kind of like your, if memory serves, kind of like the IABS. At first substantive contact, they have a client sign IABS that explains the relationship between agent or licensee and client. And I think it's just one per client, if I'm not mistaken. It's one per client to let them know at some point during our business relationship together, I could be getting referral fees from service providers. Is that correct, Tony?
I'll let Abby speak to that, because I'll be honest with you, I was not aware of a TREC form that was that requirement. I didn't know if it was an association form or not. Abby, will we have a form that I know about the residential service company one, but
yeah, the only form we have is related to that residential service company. I mean, the rules do require disclosure and consent in certain situations. If the license holder is going to be receiving a fee, there's not a specific form for that, again, outside of that residential service company form, which is a little more specific.
So I think Lee, just to comment on what you said about burying it in the contract, I think that you're right in the sense that while that might be in the letter of the law, I don't think it's necessarily in the spirit of what's required in terms of disclosure, especially if the client's not aware, they're just signing something, and then later on you could point to the contract and say, well, you agreed to this when you signed this.
Right. So that's kind of my thoughts. I just want to see if other committee members may have some thoughts on this.
I think it would be for the people that are arranging for third parties to come out and do inspections with them. I think it would be challenging on every transaction to get that assigned along with everything else that's being signed. I don't know if there's any kind of notice that we could come up with where there's not a required signature. 'Cause I'm just thinking about as far as the task of getting everybody to sign. If we're doing 100 inspections a month, making sure our agreements are signed, any other documents are signed, paid for, and now this new form.
Yeah, no, and I can see that argument. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against inspectors getting fees from service providers. If they do that, that's fine. That's a business choice on their part. I just want to make sure from the consumer standpoint that if that's happening, that the consumer is aware of it and approves of that. And I don't want to get us as an agency involved in the inspector's agreement between them and their client as far as that inspection agreement. I'm trying to stay out of that if at all possible.
There is a requirement in that rule in 535-220 that the client give consent. So a form of that nature that Lee is talking about would be a very transparent, clean way to give consent, and would keep inspectors out of that argument that they're hiding that in their insurance. I mean, in their agreement with the client. You could provide that in the. I mean, if they sign your agreement, and I'm speaking. I don't know if that's how it works, but if they sign the contract with you guys, why couldn't that just be something else that they initial or signed as part of that process?
Yeah.
Like I said, my thought process on this is really looking at it from the consumer side. I think consumer has a right to know very clearly if that inspector is receiving a referral fee. And most clients are probably going to be completely okay with it. They probably don't care. As long as the work's getting done and they get good service, they're probably going to be perfectly fine with it. I just want to make sure the consumer is completely aware of where all the money's going in that transaction.
Yeah.
And I think, and this is Brian, I think it protects the inspector too from a claim that they're getting a kickback, because a referral fee can be negatively characterized as a kickback, and we don't want that from the from that side either. Is to give somebody that's upset then a way to come back and say, well, you only picked this person because you got a referral fee, to protect the inspectors as well. So it protects both sides of the equation.
Right. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Michael Marlowe.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we've had this in our agreement for a while because we do occasionally get referral fees, whatever you want to call it, from a warranty company. I think, I don't know who it was that was saying it, but the additional form, or customizing that form to each inspection, is just going to become a disaster.
Okay, disaster how? I'm not questioning you. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Like you said, okay, so we'd have to go in each form individually and say, okay, what services did this client order? Okay, do we get a referral fee from that? And I don't get any from like a termite guy, but say the client orders a termite inspection during the inspection. And now you got to go back and say, well, here's this form to fill out. Do you see what I'm saying? It just becomes an undue burden on everybody.
What can I ask? What your language in your contract says?
That's what I was going to say, Tony, because I pulled up my agreement. I have a specific bullet point that's highlighted and bolded that talks about referral fees and who they might be coming from, if we even receive one. And so I was, where in the in this section does it talk about that we have to get consent? I'm not doubting it's in there.
No, that's fine. It's 535-220. And Amber, if you could scroll down to it, it's section 3C.
3C just says inclusion on list of inspectors contingent.
I'm sorry, it's four. I apologize. It's 4 right here. Inspectors shall not receive a fee or other valuable consideration directly or indirectly. Consent. So I mean, there's another option that you could do. You could direct staff to come up with a form, but as an alternative, you could also say you could direct staff to come up with some language that if an inspector includes it in their inspection agreement, they would have to do this with an attestation that the client must initial it and check a box just so that they know that. I mean, that's another option, Lee, in terms of getting that. I don't know if that's one that's amenable to you or not, but just you could do it that way as well.
Well, it's even possible we could, since we're playing around with it anyway, it's even possible to put it in the preamble, a statement in there just about the rule itself. I don't know, just something to think about. Stan, hold on. Stan had his hand up there for a second. I want to make sure.
Oh, thank you, Lee, but I think the discussion answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
And Lee, this is Abby. It looks like we have a few comments. Just a reminder to everyone, if you do have a comment, if you can just raise your hand and be recognized by the chair just for open meeting purposes. I believe one of the comments was from Fred Buck. We've got, so the inspector refers the third party that pays them the most, not necessarily the one that does the best service. And then a comment from Greg House. What if it's a referral fee for a service provided after the inspection, i.e. alarm system provider?
Those are valid arguments. I mean, and that's kind of the stuff that I'm talking about. There's certain alarm companies, to his point, that will pay $100 or $200 for a referral and whatnot. And, that inspector is pushing that alarm. Do they really know why? It's an uncomfortable feeling for me that the consumer may not know that the inspector is getting paid for certain things that he's referring out.
I don't think the rule contemplates whether it's before, during, or after the inspection. It just says if the inspector receives a fee, they've got to get consent from the client. So just throwing that out there.
Okay, Sean?
Yeah, I like what I think what Tony was suggesting might be a great solution, because it takes it out of our hands of coming up either through a lawyer or coming up with our own verbiage in our agreements. If Trek came up with verbiage that they said this is what we would want the consumer to see, I think it'd be great to be able to just take that verbiage and put it in our inspection agreements, and it require initials or whatever, whatever we want to do to make sure the client's reading that. That way we don't have another document, but at the same time we're accomplishing what Lee's talking about, is let the consumer know that there could be money coming from other directions in this deal.
I'd like to see some options. I'm not hot on having verbiage given to us that we put in our agreements, because I think that gets dangerously close to Trek being involved in the inspection agreement between them and their client. I really don't want to do that. But Michael Marlowe, you had your hand up?
Yes, you had asked what I had in my agreement. I just pulled it up. It explains my relationship. In this case, I work with Residential Warranty Services. I'm sure many people have heard of them. And it says, the client may purchase home warranty for additional coverage. An inspector and or real estate agents may receive a commission for this purchase. And like Greg House said, I don't know if I'm going to get anything off of these. It's, it could be 2, 3, up to 6 months down the road before before they ever order anything, or they may never order anything. So, that's why I just put it in the agreement, let them know. Now, the idea of having them initial that along with, several other important things in there, that's something I, as an inspector, would be amenable to.
Yeah.
But doing a set form is just going to become a paperwork battle, and it's just, you don't know what's coming. We don't sell it on site, so.
No, I hear you, and my goal is not to create another burden of paperwork, and I'm not a paperwork type of person. But I'm also not trying to get rid of referral fees in any way, shape, or form and take away from inspectors' income, because I think that's perfectly fine. They do it. The whole thing here is finding the right way, the right balance to make sure that the consumer knows. Now, you as a responsible inspector have that in your agreement and your client sign it. Sean mentioned his is highlighted. How many inspectors don't have it in their agreement and still, take these referral fees and whatnot? There's, without actually going through everybody's agreements, we can't find that out. But I'd like to find the right balance. But Tony Renteria.
Yes. One thing I want to point out is that, there's two different issues going on. One is notice and the other one's consent. And reading the language, it does not require written consent. It just says consent. So, that might be a step in the direction you want to go, is to maybe expand it to written consent. From an enforcement perspective, we don't really get too many complaints that I can recall involving this issue. But certainly if we want to expand it to the client's written consent, I think that would be a step in that direction, requiring the inspector to not only say, well, I told them verbally, but look, here it is, here's the notice, and here's proof that the client consented in writing.
I actually like that. That may actually work.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Scott Regan.
Yes, this is Scott. I was going to actually kind of say the same thing what Tony just said. First off, as many of y'all know me, I have multiple different companies and I'm invested in multiple different areas. Just a little bit, we are a one-stop shop company. I use a secondary company that pumps my septic systems, but it's noted when we have different agreements, and we have one that states in there that I need their written consent that there is an additional fee for the septic company. So I use the word where it says client's consent. I'm actually saying I need your client's written consent to allow this transaction to go forward. It's in my inspection agreement. That's where I believe you're trying to get to, is if staff would change that to client's written consent, that would answer a lot of questions and keep everybody in the same area.
Yeah, I think that's a really good solution. I think that's better than having a separate form. I do like that. But, yeah. All right, Greg House.
Now. Hey, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. I was just, we were talking about the language on this specifically. I was just wondering if the insurance providers that we have out there may have some standardized language that would cover something like this that we could maybe utilize.
That's very possible. It's very possible. Well, so based on the last few people that have talked, I just kind of want to give, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
One more thing, actually, Greg is correct. I wrote that down, but I forgot to bring it up, is if you are doing this, even when I'm trying to teach or do anything else, I tell everybody, you have to notify your insurance company, because that is somebody that you brought in to do something. So if something gets damaged, it's still your responsibility. If you're not notifying the insurance company, it can be a big circle of fines.
Yeah. So based on the last few people to comment in the conversation that we've had, I would like to give staff some direction for the next meeting. So it's my understanding, and what I'm kind of gathering is that this issue can kind of really be resolved, preemptively by adding the word written to client's consent, before consent. Is that everybody kind of on the same page there?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
And Lee, I think if I'm understanding this correctly, if we just change that, then there's not necessarily a need for a separate form or coming up with language that the inspector uses. I think we probably want to do an article, though, if it's adopted with that, to explain kind of what the options are. I mean, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, I think that, an inspector reaching out to their client via email with that language in it, and just for would written consent affirmation from the client with a return back be acceptable or not?
Yeah, that would they would have to prove that they have something in writing that acknowledges their consent. So yeah, an email is sufficient writing.
So there's another option as well. So I think if so we can well, here's the thing. Let me ask Abby, since we have a little bit of time, if the committee's consensus is to add written, do we need to come back with a draft rule for them to approve, or could we draft that rule based on that and bring it to the commission for a recommendation moving forward, and then get it in the process so we can get comments and everything before the April inspector committee meeting?
I think if we have that consensus, that we could move forward with presenting that to the commission at their next meeting without coming back.
Cool. All right, is there anybody, so with that being said, is there anybody that would be against, just as a informal, adding written consent to that specific section 4 on there? Okay. So I think we're good there, Tony. If we want to do we need to put that in the form of a motion?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to add to section 4 written consent for anybody who would like to make it.
This is Scott. I'd make a motion.
Motion made by Scott. Second by who? Who was that?
Sean.
Sean? Yeah.
Second by Sean. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none. Amber, could you please take a roll call vote?
Okay, Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Barbara? Mike,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Doyle, okay, I got everybody's yes except for Doyle and Barbara.
Okay. All
Do you
right,
want to,
so
do you want to ask if there's anyone who does not approve, just for the record, since we have those two outstanding?
we got a yes from Doyle.
Okay, is anyone opposed? Okay, Barbara's saying she votes yes now.
Great. So Barbara and Doyle both.
Okay, so we'll add that word to the rule and bring it before the commission at their February meeting.
Perfect. Okay, item number 12. This should be a really, really quick one, so we should be fine. Or excuse me, item number 13. Discussion and possible action regarding amendments to the inspector SOPs 22 TAC 535-227 through 535-233. So I know there's a lot of people that want to talk on this. I know there's a lot of comments that are going to be coming through this. Here's my thoughts just to kind of preemptively, put this out there. I don't anticipate these SOPs moving forward to the commission from this meeting. This is the first draft, so hopefully everybody can kind of understand that this is a first draft. The SOP subcommittee has worked a long time for 2 or 3 years to try and come out with what you see now. So it's a work in progress. Let's be constructive, find the right thing, the right SOPs for inspectors and consumers. But I would anticipate that we will have some modifications, some changes, additions, subtractions, whatnot, that we more than likely, unless everything goes perfectly, but more than likely send this back to SOP to revise based on the feedback we get today in order to come back to the IAC. And that, which is what our April meeting, in theory, at best case scenario, for it to go forward to the commission from that. But I don't want anybody getting, I had a couple of people email me and get really concerned that this is getting pushed through and shoved through. We're not in a hurry. We want to do this efficiently, but this isn't getting rushed through. So we'll all take the time and I'll watch everybody's hands. When you put your hand up, I will call you in the order that I see the hand go up on the screen so that everybody can have a discussion on this. So I will defer to Sean, who is the chair of the SOP committee, to go forward from here.
All right. So, Lee, I think probably best that how we were doing in our meetings, we would go section by section. So we'll cover all the standards of practice, general provisions. Do you want to open it up for comments then, and then we'll move on from section to section?
Yeah, let's do. I know that some of you signed up to speak on this particular agenda item. I'm not going to lock it out to where if you speak once, you can't speak again. Like I said, I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak on the items that they want. But let's go through those items as they show up in the changes that are there, and we'll address them item by item. We will talk about that item. Everybody gets their feel on that, and then we'll move on to the next item. But so yeah.
It looks like I'm going to be the one pulling these up to share. So if you guys just give me a minute to find my folder, I'm sorry.
So while Tony's doing that, I just want to say, thanks to everybody. There's been a lot of involvement. We've met, we started trying to meet in person before COVID last year, and we've met after we got through how we're going to handle meetings after that. We've met monthly, sometimes twice a month, sometimes more often than that to go through these. We've had a lot of participation from the inspectors committee, community, and anyways, I know it's not a perfect product, but we're really trying to put something out there that's more fluid and brings it up to what we currently are kind of expected to inspect to, and deal with some problems or some issues that we've had in the past. And then we also took a lot of input from just people around the state saying, hey, I'd like to see this in the SOPs, or I'd like to see all this moved, get to one area. So it's been a lot of work, and I appreciate everybody's help. Tony, did I buy enough time?
No, I'm sorry. Amber, if you have the ability, I'm having trouble. I apologize. I'm having trouble finding. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I got it. Yes, I have it. Okay. So we'll start with 535.227.
Yeah.
Where is it? Why is it not showing up? Oh, I need to move it over to this screen. Okay. Bear with me just a second. All right. Can everybody see that?
So whoever just joined is not muted.
Can we mute them? Thanks. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so the first one we're going to cover 535.227 standards of practice general provisions. So this kind of just lays out in general a bunch of expectations, the scope of the inspection. So the first thing that we looked at changing was C, or adding some language in C. This is generated out of some recent disciplinary situations, enforcement, where there was some question about what tools should be being used. So our desire was to put something in place that we don't have to go through each standard and tell the inspector what tool they have to use, but at the same time, it doesn't give the inspectors an out to say, well, it doesn't say in the SOP, so it's, a screwdriver is considered a specialized tool. So we put this language in here, basically saying that we expect the inspector to use reasonable and appropriate tools to satisfy the requirements of the standards of practice. So if they need to determine, for example, if a receptacle is functioning as intended, then they need to use the proper tool to determine that, and it's up to them to determine what that tool is. If anything, complaints ever come back, they would have to defend, I used this tool to inspect this receptacle, and this is why I chose that. Any comment or any discussion on that?
All right, so one of my concerns here is the words reasonable and appropriate. Who determines what's reasonable and appropriate? You've got to go. Who determines what's reasonable and appropriate? What's reasonable and appropriate for one may not be reasonable and appropriate for another. And one of the disciplinary actions that kind of prompted this that we're referring to was the 220 or the 240, the dryer receptacle.
Yeah.
Now you can have a voltage sniffer, but is that actually the right tool to determine if that plug is functioning as intended? No,
right.
It's not. It'll tell you if there's power to those two legs, but it's not going to tell you if it's grounded properly or actually set up properly. So if that's the case, now you're based on what I'm reading here, reasonable and appropriate. Someone's got to buy one of those expensive circuit analyzers to determine if that's actually appropriate, and is that the intent here?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily expensive, but yeah, the intent would be to say you have to determine what the SOPs is requiring you to do. You have to either do it and use the appropriate tool. So like you said, a sniffer would not be the appropriate tool. And if you don't, then you have to depart from it, which we cover later on. You have to depart and say, I don't use this on a regular basis, or I didn't use it in this situation because I felt it was unsafe, or whatever your reason for doing that. But it's basically to try to add some language in there so that the inspector is expected to use some tools to meet these performance standards.
And I get that. I guess my question just kind of comes back. Let me ask more specifically, and I'm not trying to beat this 240 thing to death, but I don't want that to happen again to somebody else. What as an SOP committee, I'm sure this particular topic came up. I was not in on those meetings, but what would you consider an appropriate tool for testing a 240 volt circuit?
I would not use a amp, a multi-tool. I would just use or multimeter. I would just use a a device to determine if there's power at both legs of that receptacle. Me personally, I'm sure everybody else has an opinion on what they would use. But I think that what would come back was what we recently had. Enforcement's doing a great job of checking with the inspectors on the SOP committee or the inspectors committee to get feedback. Is this this inspector did not do X, Y, Z? Is it appropriate? Would that not be appropriate for that inspector to go ahead and test those, and getting feedback from the members of the inspectors committee? Okay.
I see this reasonable and appropriate tools being a real big gray area.
Yeah.
But I'll hold off on that. Randall, I see your hand up. Randall Needham. If you're muted, we can't hear you, but.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I would have to agree that this is extremely ambiguous. And in my mind, when people go through training, they typically hand you, here's a list of tools that you're actually going to need to get started. And, I don't know why we couldn't include that minimum requirement so that people know what it is.
Cool. Just one thought on that is when we started this down this road, the full committee gave the SOP committee direction of they would rather see more vague or more generalized comments and standards versus more detailed. So in other words, not to list out every single, because we'd have to go through every single standard and list every tool possible that can be used in each one of those sections.
Randall, did you have follow-up?
Well, yeah, so again, most courses, as you're going through it, hand you a list of tools that a minimum requirement to get started. It wouldn't take all that much. You got screwdrivers, and you could leave it open, like when you get to the electrical section, just you need some type of a tester to test 110 or, because again, you get back to that 220, what are you going to require to test it? If a sniffer's not appropriate, then the only other thing you have is going to one of those circuit analyzers, and they are expensive. They're about $300.
You can't test.
House may be able to verify that for me.
You can't test power on both legs with a $2 device from Home Depot.
Well, that's what we were talking. That's what I was mentioning earlier. You can stick a voltage sniffer up to there, but is that actually telling you if the receptacle is functioning properly, which is what the standards tell us we're supposed to do with each receptacle? So I understand keeping it general, and I think general in most respects are good. And I'm unfortunately this one is getting hammered on because of that one particular disciplinary action. That it's a prime example of how a gray area can be interpreted multiple different ways. Yeah. So, all right, Steve Reinhardt, you had your hand up.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about the different devices. It appears the standard doesn't say to be tested. It just says you have to note deficiencies. And I know the old way, when I first started, it may have been as simple as taking a desk clamp around with you and plugging it in the outlets, and if it worked, it worked. Yeah. Now it's gone to wiring, looking for grounds, bootleg grounds, missing neutrals, which do require, if that's the interpretation, a simple little tester will do that. So the question, I guess, is to what degree, and I'm looking in the standard here, what degree do we define deficiencies in receptacles? That's pretty vague. It's broad for a reason, but deficiencies could be a broken cover plate. It could be a ground broke off in there. It could be missing neutral, hot, reversed, so.
All of those.
I guess, if I plug a desk lamp into it and it lights up, the outlet's working, but there are other, how deep do you want to go? Are we a family practice or a thoracic surgeon? And where do you want to draw the line?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think everything you listed was deficiencies.
It's deficiencies as we were taught. It wasn't probably deficiencies as some of the 2- and 3-digit license inspectors may have been taught. It's something that evolved because specialized equipment became available, and inspectors are geeks. They buy every little thing and they get out there, and we've kind of been our own worst enemy in that sense. How far it's obvious we have seen enforcement actions for missing neutrals, not calling out missing neutrals or things like that. So deficiencies.
Well, I mean, that standard, which we'll get to later, talks about deficiencies in receptacles. So
that's it.
If there's no power to it, the plug is broken, there's something stuck in it, the plate, I mean, on and on and on, any visible deficiency. And then it talks about bonding and grounding there too. So if we're testing a receptacle and there's a deficiency in grounding, we're using a receptacle tester, and it spells out that we write that up as a deficiency.
So is the little $10 tester we get at Home Depot adequate to do everything we need in 120 volt?
Yeah,
I would think on the 120s, I would think so.
And I think the $10 receptacle you buy that you stick in the 240 to see if both legs are hot is sufficient to test the 240.
I mean, there's a little difference in the plug-in 120s and the probes that you're balancing and holding and sticking into 240. It does try a little more dexterity, and it opens yourself up for a shocking, if you get it wrong. And I don't remember being tested on doing 240s. Like most of us, the 240 test was a surprise this last year.
Yeah, I was told going through school you don't test 240s, but the thing for me here also is I want to make sure that we give staff and enforcement the right information so that should this come down the pipe, we kind of get rid of some of this gray area. So this may be something, and I know there's 2 more people with their hand up, and I'm about to get to you in a second. This may be something we may, specific section we may send back to see if we can't find some better verbiage on it. But the goal here, I want to make sure that inspectors are clear on what they need to have as far as tools, and staff is clear on what's expected, so that something should come back. It makes it a lot easier for staff to determine if there was an actual violation done or not. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think you can, without making a minimum equipment list, I don't know that you can do what you just said. I think we need to have a minimum, not a what you don't have to have, but a minimum equipment list.
Okay. Well, there's an argument for that. All right, Greg House. Can't hear you, Greg.
Hey, a lot of good points have been made on this to both sides of the argument, and I don't necessarily have questions about the reasonable and appropriate tools. It seems like the hang up on this is specifically with the 240 outlets, and maybe and I understand you don't want to go through every section of the report and designate the appropriate testing for every single thing. It might be of value to do it specifically for how is the inspector supposed to check 240 outlets. Because I'm one of those 4-digit inspectors who's a bit of one of the gadget geeks, and the Fluke continuity tester is not terribly expensive and will tell you a lot of information, but I'm clearly going beyond the standards, and that was my choice to do that. But we're also dealing with potential safety issues if you do have open grounds or things are reversed or whatnot. So might be worthwhile to look at it under the electrical section for this particular point. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The other option may be to just put a specific departure or specific item in the standards about 240s. There is that option too, considering that what we're all talking about, it ends up kind of going back to this one little instance. So that may be a better option too. So that's just something to discuss. Next hand was Michael Marlowe.
Hey, thank you, sir. So I know we're beating this 240 thing to death and the receptacles, but Steve brought up a good point about bootleg grounds. There's only one tester out there that does that, and it runs about $400. So now if you're going to say you're going to get all your defective receptacles, now you're telling every inspector they have to go buy this one. It's the Ideal Sure test. That's the only one that I know of that picks up bootleg grounds.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I don't want to see us cross into that point where we're having to buy thousands of dollars of equipment in order to perform the standards. That's going to make it very cost prohibitive for people to get into the industry. It's going to make it a little tougher, and I don't want to stretch that too far either.
So, thanks.
All right. Yep, Scott Regan.
I'm just going to put it out there. Can we actually go on and actually bring this back up when we get to the electrical?
Yep, absolutely.
And Lee, this is Abby. I just wanted to point out, we do have a comment from Doyle. I believe he's having some difficulty with the audio, but his comment is specialized equipment is not required to perform a Trek home inspection. Equipment typically owned by a homeowner is not considered specialized. Equipment owned by a trade or contractor would be considered specialized.
Okay. All right, so Sean, let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
All right, and I got lots of notes on that, so we'll definitely circle back on that. So we scroll down, we just did a little housekeeping, removed or, and then we added 2 bullets below that when we're talking specialized equipment, including but not limited to. So we just updated the list a little bit to reflect some tools that inspectors could be using these days. We wanted to specifically, so that there was conversations about should we come up with a SOP or something optional for sewer lines, and every meeting we discussed this, that we all decided that we would not come up with a SOP, that we have other language in the standard of practice right below where it talks about if an inspector provides services beyond the scope required by these standards of practice or inspects components and systems in addition to those listed on the standards of practice, the inspector must possess the competency required to do so. And we had conversation about this wording, competency, and enforcement was on many of our meetings, and we all kind of felt like that the inspector needed to be able to prove that they had been trained. If they were going to do sewer line inspections, that they needed to have some kind of proof that they have this competency, whether it would be certifications, documentation of training, apprenticing documentation, or something like that, that we would just leave it. So if you're using drones, that you need to have the necessary credentials to show that you're competent to use a drone.
All right, before we get too far off on that, Greg House.
Hey, sorry, doing this from the phone. It takes a second before it unmutes me. On the certification and competency to use something, we should be under Part 107 for drones as far as for commercial use, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I don't want to get too far into the weeds as far as the specifics. I think it's just putting that there's competency. The thought process I think here is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, if something should come back and say this guy did a sewer scope or he used a drone on this, and they say he shouldn't have used that, it's up to the inspector to prove some form of competency, not necessarily licensure or whatnot, but some form of education or competency that allowed them to perform that method.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well, it is an FAA requirement that if you're using a drone for commercial use, no matter what the size or weight, even if it's under that 250 number, and we're kind of getting into a gray area there, but drones are getting cheap and smaller, and we might be getting into an area where we're a little bit exposed if people are out there using it without the appropriate licensing.
Yeah.
Trek,
Unfortunately,
Trek is being exposed, or the inspector?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think-
the inspector, first and foremost to be in that line. But, as a state agency, I don't know if it would be worth considering just one little addition of the sentence there, because if the FAA is requiring it, I would think that, the inspector, regulatory group in Austin would want some type of language that says, specifically for drones, because we are dealing with, federal licensing type issues.
I think if we were requiring drones as a minimum equipment choice, that might be an issue, but being that the above paragraph, we've specifically excluded that as not being required, I think that would protect, the agency from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Michael Marlowe?
Are we going to discuss sewer scopes further later on?
No.
Okay.
No.
The biggest issue I'm seeing with sewer scopes right now, and this is pushback from agents with is that really a defect? So I don't know, something to think about. We need some agent education on what a sewer scope is and what defects can be found. Just,
Well, I think any deficiencies that come about as an inspector doing a sewer scope inspection is their opinion, and it's above and beyond the scope of the inspection. Thereby, it's really on that individual person to do. Our primary job is to educate not only consumers, but certainly, agents as well. If they aren't doing that, I kind of, no offense, but I think those kind of people end up weeding themselves out if they aren't educating the people and they're just scaring the heck out of folks.
Yeah, and you're right. We do educate them, on a case-by-case basis. But they're so new with real estate inspections that we're seeing some pushback because sewer lines are not cheap to repair, and you've just shown them I've seen up to $15,000-$20,000 repairs being needed, and we just blew up their deal, so they're pissed at us.
Well, the same issue will come up with just about any new technology like thermal imaging. When thermal imaging first came aware, you had inspectors calling that out and saying you have no insulation on these walls, or you have water leaks behind the walls, which weren't actually the case. So it comes back to having the competency to know what it's there. And I think at some point, if it comes back where they complain against the inspector and they find that inspector had no training whatsoever and just went out and bought a sewer scope, and they have a plumber as a material witness come say this is not what this means or whatnot, then that's going to be the issue of that inspector itself.
And that's definitely a given. I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying when we can video evidence of, hey, you've got root intrusion here, and it's worked fine for 10 years for this little old lady that lived here. Why is that now an issue? That's what I'm talking about. And it's not, probably not the right place to talk about this, but just something that needs to be looked at as far as agent education.
Okay. Next one, Randall Needham.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, go ahead, Randall. All right, Randall, I think you just muted yourself after you asked if I could hear you.
Am I back?
Okay. There you go.
So, to me, the sewer scope inspection problems would equate to everything else that we do. We call out something wrong with the air conditioner, and it's up to the AC guy to come out and verify our findings. He may determine that what we called out is incorrect. He's fine with it. So same thing would happen with sewer scopes. They have a plumber come out, and the plumber says, well, I don't see a problem. So it's a matter of opinion, and, it's up to the actual professionals to determine what we have opinionated for them to determine whether it is good or not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one, the reason we wanted to put in there is we were concerned, or enforcement, we had conversations about if someone damaged a sewer line or something during their inspection and there was a complaint filed with TREC, we would want to be able to have some language in our standards that say, if you're going to go above and beyond the standards, doing any kind of test, and there's a complaint, you need to be able to document that you have some level of training to be able to do that.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, it actually just provides some additional language based on what's already in the statute in terms of competency. There wasn't anything specifically in the SOPs, so the committee felt that putting it in the SOPs just, reinforced that competency issue.
Yeah. Scott, I saw you had your hand up and then you put it down. Did you still want to talk?
No, that's what I was agreeing with Tony. We spent a lot of time about this one little sentence in here. That's just where Sean, myself, we actually, he's not on there, but Brian Murphy. I mean, we spent a lot of time trying to come up with this, and that actually works with legal for what they were looking for as well.
Okay. Randall Needham.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I'm trying to be very cognizant of everybody that puts their hands up in the order in which they do so and then lowering when they don't. So, all right, Sean, go ahead.
Okay. And then just a side note, these were a couple areas that we're going to talk with once we get done with this, we would get with education and say, for the renewals, we want clarification in these renewal classes to talk about this, talk about competency, talk about the tools if we do, leave this language in here so that there is training for existing inspectors on what reasonable and appropriate tools are. So,
okay.
All right. So nothing was changed in the definitions. We got down. We just did a little housekeeping here. Tony, do you want to explain this? We just struck up the reference to the exact report template.
Yeah. The reason why is because the report was defined as providing your opinion specifically in the report form, and that's not what the SOPs kind of incorporate. It's reporting deficiencies on it. So we just clarified that it's the what report means is to report the opinions and findings regarding these systems required by the standards of practice, and there's already a rule that specifies where you do that. So this was just a cleanup issue.
Yeah.
Clarification.
All right, so the next 2 pages of general limitations, there was no changes on any of that until we got down to the bottom where we wanted to address inspectors who routinely depart from stuff but don't notify the consumer. So hypothetically, there could be inspectors out there that refuse to ever walk any roofs or to get in any crawl spaces. And we just wanted to come up with some clarification on what TREC expects as far as kind of like we were talking about earlier with the referral fees. We want to get a little bit more clarity to the consumer that the inspector is not going to, if they routinely depart from something, they need to inform the client. Inspector shall not perform the inspection of the property until the inspector notifies the client or the prospective client that the component or system will not be inspected. So we just kind of changed up some of that. We made some clarification on language in there, but our goal was for people that do not inspect T&P valves ever, they should disclose to the client before they start the inspection.
And just to reiterate to everybody, this has always been the case. This is just clarifying to make it much clearer for everybody to understand.
Correct.
All right.
All right, so that's all the general provisions. And I got a bunch of notes about the first one we hit. Something we will revisit.
Okay.
Tony, did you have anything else about the general provisions?
No, sir.
Okay.
Real quick, Sean, Randall, you had something?
Yes. So typically most inspectors will test a TPRV valve within a year of how old the water heater is, but you don't know that until you get in and start inspecting it.
Right.
Well, I think Randall, I think in order to be compliant with this provision, should it move forward this way, is you would just need to notify your client that that's the case. That it's a matter of being as transparent as you can. If it's something that you routinely depart from, if they're older than a year, I think you would just need to let the client know that before you go in. That way, if they want to decide that they want to see if there's another inspector who would do it older than that, they have the ability to do that.
And like we talked about earlier, it can be conveyed through email, any other notices you send out regularly for appointment is scheduled. If you don't send anything out, then maybe when you get on site, having a conversation before you start and documenting that somehow.
I'd be careful about using the 1 year rule. If you use that 1 year rule, if the water heater's over 1 year, to me, that's routinely departing on a very specific item. I would, if your concern is whether it's safe to do so, there is a departure provision that allows you to not test that because you feel it's unsafe to do so, which you can't determine until you're actually at the property anyway. But I'd be careful of saying I don't do any TMPs that are over 1 year old.
I agree. All right. So Tony,
real quick. Sorry, Greg House, go ahead.
Hey, real quick, the language on that was to notify at first available time, the old language.
Yes.
And to Randall's point, if we get to a property or some such, I mean, is it possible to even have the option either way?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Tony.
I think you go ahead.
Well, I think we wanted to take out that so that the inspector, in the event the inspector is not aware of something that he routinely departs from when the inspection was scheduled, if they arrive to the site or whatever, we can have the option of notifying them there before we start. So we wanted to change it a little bit so that if something the inspector is not aware of, they get there, they become aware of it, they can notify that before they start.
Okay, it's a bit ambiguous because now we can go off into other areas such as, okay, the back part of the roof was too steep for me to walk on,
I don't think
you already have that in there.
I don't think that's not what this is contemplating, that if you discover something when you're on the property and you depart from it. I mean, that's a provision that's part of the departure provision. This is about somebody who routinely departs. And even if it's something you're not sure of until you get to the property, if you would otherwise, if the condition is existed there and you would otherwise depart from it, and that's routine, the goal here, I believe, from the committee standpoint or the subcommittee standpoint, is to say that you need to notify your client that that's a possibility, so they're aware of what their options are, rather than just putting it someplace so they don't know. And the reason why I think the first practical opportunity came off is because it's a little stronger with the idea that the inspector would be prohibited from doing the inspection until they notify the client.
Okay. Steve Reinhardt.
Yeah, I think making sure in the continuing ed class that people understand the difference between arriving at a site, discovering that there's something you don't do, versus someone who I met a year or so ago that just said, I don't do any roofs because I'm too old. I don't care if they're flat. I don't do roofs. That's what we're talking about here. Not when you get to the house and discover, oh, the TMP vents up, so I'm not going to test it. Well, that's not the same.
Right. Yeah. That's why I wanted you to go, Tony. I knew you would do a better job explaining that. It's for like Steve said, someone that routinely does not get on roofs, they need to let their clients know before they start the inspection. I don't get on roofs because I'm too old.
And there's some guys that said, I don't test TMPs. I haven't tested one in 10 years, and I will never test one.
Right.
That's the person we're talking about, not
Correct.
the one
Yep.
you get there,
Correct.
you discover something that is unsafe
Correct.
or can cause damage, and that's
Yes.
in the SOP. That's not necessarily a departure. That's inspected for this
Right.
reason.
Correct.
And Steve, to something you said that I think is valuable just to repeat, and it's something that Sean reiterated earlier. Part of the process going forward is, I think, something that both staff and maybe the committee have been remiss in when these changes have happened, is to lay down some expectations either in articles, also in the course content, to make sure that it's based on any changes that are approved, that inspectors are fully aware, because, this isn't a gotcha thing, So make sure they're aware of what's the expectations are and what they're supposed to be considering and looking at these new changes, and work in a very sort of holistic approach to make sure all of those I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
All right, Bruce Carpenter.
TMP valves were discussed back in 1987. It's been a pain in the butt ever since then, as far as testing them and then breaking them when you do or they start to leak. So I won't go on that, but that ought to be some disclosure on that.
Well, we had lots and lots. We'll get to that in the plumbing section, but
Okay, let's go on what you can do and what you can't. I have written language on my inspection order agreement on what I can do and what I can't. It's called the scope of inspection. And I don't like to get on second story roofs. I don't like to get on roofs that are greater than 612 pitch, and all that's discussed in my inspection order agreement. And there's a lot of things like inspecting a attic that's got foam insulation. What can you see? And are you going to call them up, say, hey man, you got a foam insulated attic. I can't see your roof structure. Where do you go with this? Because there's always limitations. Even up in an attic, there's going to be certain areas you can't see. Sometimes you can, but a lot of times you can't. So I think you're opening up a can of worms on trying to discuss what you can do and what you can't, as far as how far your limitations will let you go.
Well, I think the whole, what Tony and Sean have been trying to say, it's not for the situation that you're talking about. Almost every inspector has certain things over a certain pitch, they're just not going to go up. I mean, on every pitch, it's over a certain amount, not going to go up. Foam insulation, you can't see it. Nobody's going to question that, but there's no way you can know that until you get there. The whole point of this segment is if it's something that you just never do, if you just don't go on a roof or you never test the TMP valve, that's what they're saying you have to actually notify your client ahead of time. It's not the ones where you have something that specifically has fallen in the departure provision that you find out once you get there. That's a whole different story. That can be addressed at that time. But anything that before seeing anything about the house or whatnot, they tell you, or you go to the house and hey, by the way, I don't do roofs. I'm just too old. I get vertigo. I'm afraid of heights or whatnot. I just don't do roofs anymore. I use a drone to get on the roof. Just need to know you're okay with it. It's something if you routinely depart from a specific requirement in there, that's all that this is applying to, not things that are subject to departure provisions that you find out once you get to the house.
right.
Yeah. All right, Tony? Tony, you had your hand up.
I'm sorry, I'm muted. I apologize. I just need a clarification on this, because I would think, and maybe enforcement can weigh in on this, that what's contemplated here is also those items that you would routinely depart from, but even things you won't know if you, like case in point, if Bruce doesn't walk a second story roof, the whole purpose of this is to let the client know as much as possible. If they want that roof inspected, they need an inspector who does that, right? So go ahead, Sean.
Just a clarification, we're only required to carry a one-story ladder.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to get one-story roofs.
Never mind.
So he's not departing.
Okay, but in terms of things like that, let's say there's an issue that there is an item that they don't know until they get there, whether or not that house has it. It seems to me that this provision is meant to address that so that the client has the ability, if they do want that particular thing done, that they have the ability to choose an inspector who might do it. So I do think it does contemplate those items as well, that you don't, if there's something you routinely depart from, but you don't know if it's on the property till you show up, I think that would be included in this. But I'll let enforcement speak to that because I may be overstepping things.
Tony or Mike, did you guys want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I guess I can chime in, and that's really the whole purpose, is to not, do anything that's misleading to the client. The client has an expectation that the inspector is going to perform a full inspection, and if the inspector doesn't disclose it until he's already on the premises and ready to do the inspection, it could be a little misleading for the client, because at that point, it may be a little too late to reschedule, et cetera, et cetera. So it's more of a notice to the client ahead of time, and to avoid any allegations of a misrepresentation, misleading, deception, stuff like that. I think there's nothing wrong with providing this information. And that's just for stuff that they know they're not going to do, so that the client, like Tony said, the client has a choice ahead of time. They're informed, hey, you don't do the roof. Okay, I'm going to, I do want the roof inspected. I'm going to choose somebody else. And that's just a fairness issue.
Yeah. And keep in mind, like I said, this has been in place for some time. This is not a new thing by any means. It's just a slight rewording of what was there to actually make it a little more flexible for the inspector. Randall Needham.
Yes. What about inspectors who have a roofing contractor come out and inspect it? Is that a departure? Do I have to tell the client that I'm not going to inspect it, but a roofer is? Roofers are professional in this realm.
I mean, Tony, you can kind of weigh in on that. I've never done it, so I've never really thought about that component of it. But I would anticipate you can either tell your client up front, I don't inspect the roof because you're hiring me, but I will have a roofing company come in there and do it. To me, that's a routine departure. If you are not, as the licensed inspector, if you are not inspecting the roof and you never do, you have a roofer come in and do it. To me, that's a routine departure, and you should tell your client at the first contact, hey, I don't look at the roof, but I will have a roofing company come in and do that. To me, that would satisfy that requirement that we're talking about.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't tell the client that you're having a roofer do it instead of you? What would be the reason of not letting your client know that I'm not going to be up on the roof, but I'm having someone who works on roofs come up and look at the roof?
Well, they won't be listed on the report like another inspector would. I don't know. Yeah.
No, well, what I do is I actually, in my report, put that it is inspected by a roofing company, and I put the name of the roofing company in my report. And then the roofing company sends the report to the client. And I don't accept any money for it. They don't charge me for it. And I do it quite a bit, especially on roofs that I'm not comfortable in climbing, and they are. If it's a 412 pitch, I'm going to get up there and I'm going to inspect it myself. I don't have a problem with it. So it's just one of those gray areas that we're getting into that I just want to clarify, because I don't want to get dinged because I didn't supposedly comply, but yet, I didn't inspect the roof because I feel that the roofing inspector is a more professional individual that can catch items and things that I wouldn't normally catch. So
I can see your point there, and I'm not saying that's a bad practice in any way, shape, or form, but I think as it relates to this rule, I would perceive that as a routine departure from the provisions because you are the licensed person that they're hiring to do that roof. And then in the roof section, as long as you're not putting any of the deficiencies that the roofing contractor has notated in your report, because you didn't actually see them, and say, yeah, it was inspected by Joe Blow Roofing, and then they can do that. But I still think it's a routine departure from the provision, which is what we're talking about here, a routine departure from the requirement that the client would need to be made aware of ahead of time. I got 3 hands up. We'll start with Scott.
Lee, you're right. Actually, if you do not inspect something per our standards, you're supposed to check not inspected and give a reason why you did not inspect it. That puts this whole thing into the reason why it's worded the way it is. Speaking with Tony and legal and staff, that's the reason why the wording's this way. And then it goes into not inspected. If you do not do something in the plumbing inspect in the area for the water heater, you look at it, and people need to understand you can use more than just 2 boxes. You can inspect, not inspect, and write deficiencies. You're not inspected is because you did not test the TMP line. But it's in our standards to state that.
Okay, Tony, Renteria.
Yes, I basically agree with everyone. This would be a departure that needs to be given to the client. Enforcement, we don't have any authority over a roofer, so we could not enforce that type of inspection. It is not part of the standard inspection. So the license holder would have to comply with the departure provision.
Okay. Brian Carroll.
Right. My concern, and again, I'm an at-large member. I'm not a real estate inspector myself, but if we're having a roofer come in, a roofer is an unlicensed trade. You know, we don't, they're not held to any standard. They could have a pickup truck and say, I'm a roofer. And now they're getting cloaked underneath and getting cast this air of authority that, well, because I'm the licensed inspector and I brought them in, they're good to go. And that's a little bit concerning to me. And I think that's why this disclosure requirement is so important, that if you're not going to inspect it as the licensed, trained, professional roof, building inspector, that disclosure really needs to be out there, and so I think it kind of creates a bigger issue from a consumer protection standpoint if we're just going to punt areas off because we don't care to inspect those for very valid reasons. It's unsafe, you're not comfortable, whatever, but it needs to be very clearly disclosed to the consumer. And then it gets back into the issue before. If you're not inspecting the roof, well, do you get a referral fee from the roofing company that you have come out, quote unquote, inspect when they get the job to fix the roof because they find defects and damages? We're letting the fox guard the hen house a little bit by someone who's potentially going to get paid for the defects they found. So, I think the language here for the purposes is important, but there's a bigger issue that's behind this when we're letting third parties come in and do quote unquote inspection services in the work. Thank you.
All right. I don't know about you all, but I think we've kind of beat that little section to death. So Sean, I don't see any other hands, so let's go ahead and move forward.
All right. Tony, you got 535-228.
Let me pull it up here. I don't think I'm sharing my screen anymore, so go with the next one.
All right, so if at any point someone needs breaks, we're about 2 hours into the meeting, and I imagine we only have about 15 minutes more. So if someone needs a break, just raise the hand or whatever.
Can you guys see it? I just want to make sure you can see my screen.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it big enough for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to try and I was going to try and get us to the rest of these structurals because there aren't too many of them left, and then take a break before we dive into the electrical.
And Lee, can I also just reiterate something that is, I think, kind of put into sharp relief during this conversation, which is, staff and the committee and the subcommittee really encourage people to be involved in this process, from early on. And we've had meetings and they've been posted. So I really want to encourage inspectors to the extent that they're interested in this stuff, to please attend those meetings. Reach out to staff if you're having difficulty figuring out how that is. But that process is helpful from the get-go going forward. That doesn't mean you're not going to have these conversations at these meetings, and they're welcome. But I think just having people involved earlier rather than later really helps out. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So with the structural system, we made no changes to the foundation, no changes to the grading and drainage, roof covering, roof structure, interior walls, exterior walls. We added to the door section, equipped with self-closing or automatic closing devices to kind of bring it up to what we currently have in our code manuals. We went down, we struck out, and we did a little bit of hand key.
Hang on. Before we go too far there, Michael Marlowe has his hand up. Go ahead, Michael.
The automatic closing devices. I would suggest making that a separate sentence. So end at 20-minute fire door between the residence and an attached garage, period. The door should be equipped with a self-closing or automatic closing device. The biggest thing I see is saying, oh, the self-closing device only applies to 20-minute fire doors, which is not the case.
That's a good point.
Okay.
So what's the recommendation? Oh, we'll do that later.
The recommendation is just to move that.
We can deal with that on the SOP. I don't want to get into details of wasting everyone's time watching me type. So I apologize.
Yeah. Hey, it's a lot of fun.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
I got that noted. All right. Then we struck out. And we added the absence of safety glass and clarified that because we added D, the absence of fall protection at windows that are located. We just specified. We didn't know, we couldn't come up with any way to make this general. So we just, since the safety glass section is already pretty specific, we just added this in here. Any comments?
Scott Regan.
Yes.
Yeah, your hand up.
Yep.
No.
All right. Oh, you did. I lowered it, but you did.
All right. We go down. So stairways, no changes. The change in fireplace. So we've, just to get everybody excited about the plumbing section, we've added a gas section. And we went back and forth over this, had lots of conversations, but we've decided to, in the sake of trying to make it clear to the inspector where to report all gas deficiencies, we've removed gas items in every section and moved it to the gas section that we created. So that the inspector's not like, well, is this a fireplace issue or is this a gas issue? Anything gas related now goes, or we're proposing, will go in the gas section. So that's why this is struck.
It took 20 years. We made the loop back because it used to be there.
Yep. 20-year-old coal hearts really wanted to see that. And we had lots of meetings and we felt like we moved everything. We captured everything that we took out back into the gas section so that there's no confusion.
You're not talking about Wilcox, are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, porches, nothing changed on that.
All right, so I think that's it for the structural side, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is currently 12:05. Why don't we take 10 minutes, let everybody go to the restroom, grab a snack or something like that. It is currently 12:05. And let's adjourn for a small break for 10 minutes. Be back at 12:15. So 10 minutes from now.
Perfect.
All right. 12:16. We'll call this back to order. And we'll give it back to you, Sean. Go ahead.
All right. So electrical section 535229.
I should be sharing my screen. Does everyone
Yep.
see it?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
All right. So the first change was down, and before all the hands fly up, we've already. So the last meeting we had, we wanted to get this to the full committee. So the last meeting we had lots of conversations about, because we've changed a couple sections, and we put currently required locations. And since then, there's been we've had a lot of conversations. We asked staff to see if they could come up with some direction on this, because our goal was to make the SOPs more fluid. So the code changes every 2 years, that we would, and I know we're not performing a code inspection, but there's codes that we have in our SOPs that we have to inspect. And so how do we make the SOPs fluid when changes occur? Or do we just make them, do we specify every location that ARC fault required currently? Do we specify it? So we had a lot of conversations. We had conversations this morning about it, and I think when we bring this back to the SOP committee, that we're going to end up either one thing we're kind of talking about doing is putting specifically stating the code. 2018 IRC 1 and 2 family dwelling code, or whatever code we're referencing. So I'm sure there will be lots of conversations about that, but we're trying to make it more fluid, where we don't have to change every location every 2 years, where we can make it move with the requirements. So conversations?
We may be able to do that to where we not put the year, just put current IRC codes, which would accomplish the same goal of what you're talking about, not having to redo it every 2 or 3 years too. That's a possibility as well.
Sean, Scott,
Sorry.
Lee, just to answer that, we were actually looking to put in there, and this where we're talking about is, say, current Texas standard requirement codes. Because if you look up, the mechanical has 1 year, electrical is different, structure is different. If you look up the Texas requirements for building construction code, there's different ones in there. So that's where Sean is getting at, is we've spoke to legal on this very wording here about current required locations. So that's a big thing that we went over a whole lot. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
No, that's fine. We got.
All right. We'll start with Steve.
I love the intent. We ran into the same thing years ago with GFCIs, and ended up listing them as to what was kind of, if we looked at the bell curve and the houses we looked at, it was a trade-off with the latest electrical code and the 100-year-old house.
Yeah.
And if you remember 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we had arc faults, and we pulled them right back out because it was a problem. The problem is Texas is a home rule state, and if we were only inspecting in unincorporated areas, Texas electrical law would work. But because every city has the ability to not adopt the code or modify the code, when you say required locations, what you're now saying, especially in the metropolitan areas, is an inspector would have to know the required locations as they move across city boundaries.
Yeah.
Every city will be different. I in my area, I have cities everywhere from the 2008 to the 2020 electrical code, and that would be required locations, not the Texas law, until I get out in the unincorporated areas. So the problem there is, doing this can be done, but the onus now is a tremendous burden on the inspector, unreasonable. I don't think it could work. And I think
that's why we're going to come back and specify the code.
And I think looking at, and not necessarily, if you try to do the 2020, you pretty much are telling the inspector to make a statement as in their template that virtually every house is going to have a defect, and then try to explain why to a buyer in new construction his house has a defect already.
Yeah.
But what we did with the GFCI is just took the most common locations and those could be updated. Those common locations, I think we used were from 92. So they could be enhanced. I do think you have a number of things that say current required locations, and I think that's going to be a problem because it's a new target. You can cross the street. We have a lot of streets that it's two different cities on either side of the street.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I think we are all on board on not keeping that language.
I mean, I like putting the arc faults in. I've been up for carbon monoxide detectors and arc faults for years, and probably coming up with like I say, a happy medium of something or like around the 14 code or something. And inspectors can always go higher than that. I have arc faults in mind now, and it's not required.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other option is if we do want to put 2018 IRC or whatever the case may be, we typically revisit these SOPs every 2 or 3 years anyway. So you could just add, put on the new number each time you go through. You just wouldn't have to add specific locations. You just update the version of the code that we may be doing if we wanted to go that route. So
you'd have some cities that every house in that city is already a defect, even brand new construction.
Right. That's what I don't like about currently required locations, because that's very gray, very ambiguous, and that could lead to a lot of interpretation. So
if we didn't have home rule, that would work.
Yeah. All right. Let's go, Michael Marlowe.
Okay. Backing up one line. Can we get rid of that antioxidants thing?
Right. Okay. So we had a huge conversation. It was out because it's very difficult. You cannot find it. I mean, I don't even want to say this because I'll get emails on it, but it's a challenge to find a code that stretches to cover this. That being said, it's been in there forever and ever. It is required by many manufacturers. And we just, after many conversations over this, we decided to leave it in because there is some vague conversation about this in the code.
Not all manufacturers require it though. So
no, not all.
Yeah. So now you're saying that we have to put it into panels that don't require it. That's the problem. And that's where, electricians come in after us and say, yeah, your inspector's an idiot. And it's like, well, we're not the idiot. We're just following directions.
Truck's an idiot.
I wasn't going to say that.
Well, I'm calling myself Trek right now. Well, let me tell, because this was the last meeting. This was out until the last meeting. I'm totally in favor of getting it out of there. It's just after many conversations and emails, I'm trying to think. Anyways, go ahead with the question.
Well, we don't have to beat that one down. Let's just put that as a note for something to go back in discussion on the SOP committee to see if you guys may want to revisit that. Me personally, I like it being in there. I think the connection is safer from every electrician I've talked to. It's safer with the antioxidant versus without it. And I mean, that's really what we're trying to promote, the safety of our consumers and whatnot. So, all right. Tony Slagle.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base again on the issue with the code, just to provide a different kind of point of view. So something was mentioned at the last SOP subcommittee meeting that I thought was pretty relevant to this discussion, and it was Fred Wilcox. Don't anyone let him know I gave him credit for something, but Fred Wilcox said that while this is not a code inspection per se, the SOPs in and of themselves are a guideline, so in a way, a code that inspectors follow. So if you look at it with that intent, the committee could adopt, well, not adopt, they could reference something in the definition section of the SOPs in terms of the code that would apply to all these currently required locations. That doesn't mean it's a code inspection. It just provides inspectors a reference, a specific code reference to where that's what these required locations are. And it provides the same thing to staff in terms of making sure that inspectors are following those. I'm just throwing that out as an option. Staff doesn't have an opinion one way or another about listing these or doing that, but we do feel fairly strongly that there should be some sort of guidance to inspectors if it's either listing them or putting a code in there, because the currently required locations does provide a bit of ambiguity that I think is troubling.
Okay.
Thank you.
Randall Needham.
Yes, my question is if you put in a code requirement and specifically state IRC, is that are those items available free to inspectors, or are they gonna have to purchase those code books to be able to get that information? That would be an issue.
It's all free online.
Yeah, I would think most of it's pretty free and accessible.
Yeah, the older ones are, but if it's a new one, typically you're going to have to pay to get that new code.
I mean, but we don't buy anything. We don't provide much of anything else to inspectors. They have to purchase a lot of things themselves. Everything, actually.
Few things in the SOP require us to go outside the SOP for reference.
Yeah, and there's going to be gray areas in this, because there's going to be some, let's say, for instance, we put in there the 2018 IRC. There's some cities that have not adopted anything beyond the 2015. So you may get some new construction stuff, brand new construction, where they're not up to the 2018, they're only up to the 15 codes. So, I mean, there's always going to be some issues with that. But once the code's out for a few years, you can usually find that pretty darn cheap anywhere online, if not free. You're right. The brand new ones that come out, you got to pay for, but
I've got cities on the 9 code. Yep, brand new construction.
Yeah. All right, Greg House.
Hey, just thinking out loud here for a second. You know, we went through this exercise about 10 years ago, and there was a lot of pushback on it. And I'll report it any way you want me to. But we also have the language down in the consumer notice portion of the report that says portions of your home are going to be considered grandfathered and such, the old OPI form. I'm just wondering if it might be worth looking at, you know, we currently identify if you have CSST gas systems, but we don't necessarily call it as deficient until we find a problem with the system. Would it be possible, or, you know, a good idea to, for purposes of educating the consumer, put this up into the comments section and say, look, this is what you have on your property, and it may or may not meet current standards and codes, and then go deficient with it once we start testing hidden test buttons or whatever and have a problem with the system, instead of, like was previously mentioned, immediately we're just marking stuff deficient. And there's a lot of confusion on this on the consumer side of life. And so anyways, just thinking out loud there.
Okay. Michael Marlowe.
Hey, thanks. Right now, Upcodes is publishing all of the codes as they can get them. ICC, who publishes the codes, is suing them to stop them for that. So expect that to go away. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Dave Motley, did you have something?
Yeah, I fell off, but I'm back now, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I just want to make sure if there was something you wanted to speak on, I want to make sure you got heard. Okay.
Nope, thank you.
All right, so anything else on this section that's currently on the screen, the arc fault protection in currently required locations? I think we kind of beat that one down as far as the currently required locations part.
Yeah.
But nobody really spoke to the arc fault. You know, not too many spoke to the arc fault. We kind of got stuck on the currently required locations piece. So let's just look at the arc fault. You know, what is there, you know, does anybody have feedback on putting arc faults back in? I mean, they have been in the code since what, 2000, 3 IRC in the bedrooms. So 18 years, they've been there for a while. What about, I mean, I know that part of the issue was calling these out on older homes where the older wiring couldn't handle arc fault. Is this something we may want to add to the preamble? As far as some description about that, or just want to touch base? I didn't want to glaze over the arc fault part of this. Michael Marlowe, we'll start with you.
Arc fault should definitely be in there. And yeah, I know the argument about the older homes not being able to handle them, and that is because there's loose connections in the home, which is what arc fault's protecting against. So,
well, it's part of it. I've also heard that just the continuity of the older wire itself doesn't allow for, will cause a preemptive trip on that, even though it's not the case. But I mean, I'm like, I think Scott said earlier, I put arc faults in mine. I've left them in there. So I haven't really changed that. I just consider going above the standards. But
yeah.
Steve?
I do think they should be in there. I, again, think they should be listed, and there are going to be times where people just, the idea is to make them aware that they're not there, and they're, you know, they are a safety feature. That's why they're in here, safety, but they're, you know, they may be very well like panels in a closet. Nobody's moving them, but they're aware of what they're buying. And
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, not seeing anybody else with comments on that. Sean, feel free to go ahead and move forward.
All right, so we'll keep scrolling down. No other changes in the service entrance and panel section. We moved to branch circuits. Again, we were trying to address that. I think we're all, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about this, and we're going to definitely revisit this on how we'll either put them back in there, put the locations, or have some type of reference so the inspector knows what they should be, what standard they should be inspecting to.
All right.
So,
yeah, I think we beat that one up. I think we're good.
Yeah. We also did that in the absence of tamper-resistant receptacles at currently required locations. So we need to relook at that language.
Should we change that to resistant with an NT at the end instead of CE? I know it's just a stupid little thing, but.
That's fine.
Thanks.
Tony, he couldn't resist. Tony started typing.
That's an easy one.
All right. And then we went down and we moved, added carbon monoxide alarms. And again, we had the language in there that we need to work on.
And that one might not, that one's a lot easier because that's pretty fixed, hasn't changed. And
Yeah.
I don't want to change. That's probably the easiest one to do something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
And just as a footnote, as we're going through this, I'm not trying to hurry through it. I'm constantly watching whoever's raising their hands. If you have something you want to speak to, positive or negative, feel free to raise your hand in there and I will call on you. This isn't the last time you'll have to talk on any of this, but the more information we can get the SOP subcommittee, it'll make their job a lot easier when this goes back to them, you know, for it to come forward. And so we don't have to go through too much of this again.
Yeah.
Lee, can I just piggyback on something I said earlier? And you can also always provide written comment if you can't attend meetings and things. That is also very helpful as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've had videos come in. People sent videos in and stuff like that. So whatever you want to send the committee or show up to, that's fine.
Okay, so that's it for that one.
All right. So 535230 standards of practice minimum for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems.
Yeah, let me go back to that. All right, can everyone see that?
Yep.
Great.
See what?
All right.
Start scrolling down. Again, we're taking the gas items out of the heater section, moving it to the new gas section, or we're proposing to do that. So that all this is housekeeping on those. We go down to the cooling unit, deficiencies in performance of the cooling system, and then we.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought for sure I'd see 20 hands go up on this one. I guess I'm looking for clarification here. What determines deficiencies in the performance of a cooling system? I know we're not putting the temperature range in there because there are so many different variables that apply to this. I get that. But is there a way, and I don't know if there's a good answer to this, but is there a way that we can more clearly define deficiencies in the performance of the cooling system? Because we have seen some disciplinary actions where the temperature was outside of a certain range, and the subject matter experts told them, no, that's outside of the range, but the manufacturer may have said it was okay, and we don't know. But I'd like to see us get some sort of clarification. If we're going to say you're responsible to report deficiencies in the performance of the cooling system, exactly what that entails, or at least closer definition.
Yeah, I mean, I work for a warranty company, and they have in there a temperature that the home has to reach during the tests that you connect with each room. We talked about this a lot because, like you said, the temperature, the deltas are all over the place. On, the national standard says this, each of this manufacturer says this. I don't know if we want to try to get in there. We felt like if we stayed where the inspector could defend why they said the system was performing, either through whatever they interpret the deltas to be, or other tests that because we had somebody on the call at one point that was discussing humidity levels, that they measure humidity levels in the home to determine if the system is performing. So we felt like if we left it to the inspector to defend to enforcement, this is the test I ran, and this is why I said the system was performing, would be the best way to leave it. And we're open to changes on that, but we could not come up with a consensus on how we would determine if the system was performing.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if there's a solid answer there. That's why I'm kind of posing the question. But let's go to Randall Needham. You're muted, Randall. There you go. Sorry.
Okay. Am I there now?
Yeah.
Okay. I put it this way to my clients when they walk in. Do you feel cool? How do y'all tell when your systems are bad? Because your house is not cooling. You can tell by just walking into the house when you turn the system on whether it's working or not. Correct?
The question.
So would that be not a standard that we could go by?
I think that's really a really gray area to do. I mean, I've seen houses where it may feel cool because it's pumping out a 30-degree temperature difference, but it doesn't mean it's performing properly.
Well, now you're going to get back to a manufacturer and going to each individual manufacturer to determine what is and is not.
Well, that's why I said 30, because I don't know of any manufacturer that allows a 30-degree temperature differential.
Right. I mean, so, again, you'd have to go to each manufacturer to determine that, right?
Right. Like I said, I don't want to throw something in there to where we're responsible for knowing every manufacturer's specs, because I don't think that's reasonable either. But yeah. All right. Scott Regan.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit here. So with an AC license and a manufacturer's license as well. So to answer one question, each person has a different temperature inside their body. So comfort is, you can't really use that. Secondly, the equipment has evolved so much with dual speed inverter motors to actually say what is performing and what is not. Just as Sean and I have discussed this and a lot of time in here. where we go into in the inspect, if we go down to the bottom where we're going to say where an inspector shall, can, and can't do temperature differential, I want one thing that everybody know is manufacturers 5 years ago, temperature range was 15 to 22. Manufacturer range right now on inverter, 16 to 18 SEER, mainly most of the equipment out there is 9 to 26, depending upon speed, temperature, humidity. There's too many variables in here. This is where, by just stating this, the inspector can say, I did the best I could with the outdoor ambient and the equipment in place. This, and then you got older equipment. Once it gets 3 years of age, it already loses its SEER rating, its ability. Then you got homeowners maintenance, performance. This is a gray area, but you got to consider what you're working with. And when we get further down, we're showing, we went in and we actually put the temperatures where they can and can't operate. And the wording's been changed a little bit in there.
All right, Steve Reinhardt.
So I'm writing the MCE on the HVAC, and one of the biggest things, which I kind of heard, and the first gentleman that spoke there, we're not testing the house. We're not testing if the house gets cold. We're not testing if the house stays cool, if it's comfortable. We're testing the mechanical equipment. It's like in a car. I'm not testing the engine by looking at the quarter-mile speed. I'm testing the engine when I put it on a test stand. This is not a test of the house. You can put a beautifully working HVAC in a greenhouse, all glass, and it will never be comfortable because we're testing the HVAC unit. So that's an issue that in a perception, like you say, people walk in, they turn on the AC, they don't feel cool. You check temperatures at a register, that's fine. That's one way to do it. As long as, like Scott said, if you walk into a house in the summer where the AC's been off for a month and the humidity is at 90%, you will never see a temperature drop that you would expect because it's attacking the humidity for probably hours. So yeah, this is a problem. I think, you know, the way Scott said, with the tools we're provided in training, my opinion is it's working. It's going to be hard to give it numbers like Lee and I would like, because it's, you know, the distribution system could be screwed up and the unit is working perfect, but I got ductwork that in the third section of HVAC will say there's no insulation because the ductwork came off. It's 80s gray ductwork. So it's heating up, and by the time it gets to the bedroom, it's only a 5-degree temperature drop. It's not the HVAC, it's the ductwork, and that's in my third section. So this one's tough. Performance, I mean, deficiencies in performance, I don't know where to go, but the typical supply return delta T.
Because we have the same wording in the heating section for electric.
Heating is not, environmental conditions do not affect heating. I mean, maybe a heat pump. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can check temperature differences, and manufacturers will tell you, you know, 75, 80 degrees, 30 to 60, depending on the type of system. It's not dependent on environmental conditions. You can do it with the windows open and snow in the living room or in the middle of the afternoon. You'll get pretty reasonable, reproducible temperatures on an HVAC. It's the cooling that is all over the world because you've got latent heat. You know, it's going to be an issue. It's going to affect temperatures, and you know, it's kind of one of those. You know, I teach inspectors: turn it on, go put your hand up on the register. Does it feel cool? Well, okay, so it's cooling. Now the question is it cooling enough for me to give it a thumbs up? And that's going to be that's where inspection experience is going to come in and training, because it's not like just shooting it with your little laser and you're checking the temperature of the metal grill,
Right.
that's going to, you could be causing somebody $5,000 in repair when all it was you tested it on a 90-degree humidity day in Houston. Duh. I think that's a problem, and I think it can be minimized with good training, but that one's tough. And
it's like we all seem to recognize that there's a gray area there, but nobody really has a good way to fix it. And I don't know what the answer is, but and I understand from an SOP committee standpoint, it's very hard to quantify that in something that's written to be very black and white. But Tony Renteria.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in a little bit, and it's a difficult provision here to enforce as well, as you're aware of. But I want to give you a little bit of, from our perspective, if when a complaint is made against the inspector, usually there's a problem with the air conditioner. It doesn't work. That's found after the buyer purchases the property, moves into the property, and something's not working. So we have to look at what the inspector did on the day of the inspection to see if he complied, did his job. And like you said, it's difficult with this type of definition because what we have to look at is the plain language. That's the first thing we have to look at. So if this is what we have to work with, that's the main thing we focus on, is on this language. And in order to kind of interpret this language, then we go to secondary authorities, which would be, for example, some of the educational materials, because those are printed. Those are comprehensive guidelines given to inspectors when they're, learning. So we use that, and those are where some of the range of temperature ranges come in. Now, I can tell you when an inspector goes in there, does some measurements, and says on this day the temperature measured this or that, it actually makes it clear for us to know that, hey, on that day it appears that it was working because it was within, it was cooling, so it actually helps the inspector. But whatever definition you want to put in there or guidance, we're going to go by whatever the plain language is.
What if we made it where the inspector had to report the delta, and we don't say what the delta has to be, but they report the delta, and that way, like Tony's saying, there's evidence that they tested the system, and the home inspector can defend why he said 17 was okay. If you report an 8 and say it's okay, well, we got a problem, or a 5 or something.
And if I can interject a little bit, and keep in mind that we do take into consideration, whatever the inspector has to say in their defense. If the complainant is saying they didn't do a good job, then the inspector can come in and argue all these other factors why his opinion is valid, and we do consider that, and because we know that there's a lot of factors that go into play. But yeah, if the inspector doesn't take a reading, and then it's harder because it becomes more ambiguous. Did he do his job or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean, I can see that and maybe that's a good discussion item for you guys to discuss, requiring that the temperature differential be put in there. Yeah. I think the only possible problem with that is you're asking people to report it, but then you're asking them to determine whether it's actually good or not, and without actually telling them. I fear that if you tell them they have to take their temperature differential, then you're also telling them they have to know what the manufacturer specs are to know if that's within an acceptable range or not. And I think that's a little dangerous, but Randall Needham.
Yeah, my question would be then, if you just took a reading at the vent, and if it says it's putting out, if the vent reads 55 degrees, that means it's cooling, right?
Well, that's the other issue is temperature differentials taken from the vent versus at the actual supply and return are going to be different based on a number of factors too.
And most guys, to be able to get in there, what they do is they take the temperature differential from the closest vent so that they can get that biggest differential and make it look like it's operating. So in reality, because I have this problem in my daughter's room, it runs 10 degrees warmer than the rest of the house because they didn't put a correct size duct in. But when the AC company came out while it was under warranty, he threw a laser to it and he said, it's working. It's cold. But yet, so there's a bunch of wide range issues because each room is different. So, you know, the complaint is, hey, this bedroom's not working, but that's not where I took my measurement.
Yeah. Scott, go ahead. Scott Regan, you're muted.
Outdoor temperature is not going to work. For the fact is if it's been 40 degrees for 2 days and you wake up one morning and it's 55, 60, that's not going to work. The other thing I want to say is we are the only SOP in the United States that actually says that we have to measure its performance and operations are inadequate. If you look at any other standards nationally, other states, none of them say we have to actually test the system for its operation or performance. It's never been put anywhere. Just want to put that out there. We're the only one asking for this.
Okay. Michael Marlowe.
Hey, the biggest thing is, without telling us how you want it measured, then it's completely up to interpretation, and the data is crap. Yeah, like I didn't catch his name, but the guy that was the HVAC specialist or HVAC tech, yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know his name either. Don't worry about
it. Sorry to whoever you were, but great. Thanks for all your stuff.
No, and I mean it's a valid point. I think, you know, it's deficiencies in the performance of the cooling system sounds like a good statement. It's just, and I'm not saying that has to change or it needs to be different. I'm just I think there's an opportunity there that's just it's very gray. And like Tony said, it at least puts the inspector in the position that if somebody does file a complaint, they can come back and say, here's how I'm defending that I felt that it was performing. So there is that possibility too. But yeah, that's a tough one. I think you guys will have fun going back on that. Greg House.
Yeah, and to make that gray area even a little muddier, if we, for showing that something is working adequately, are putting temperatures in the report, then are we going to be told exactly how we're supposed to get those temperatures? So do we start stabbing the ductwork, you know, at the unit? Do we use the cheap little temp gun so that we're shooting the temperature of the metal at the vent? Do we I put temperatures in the report as a courtesy, especially if it's not working right. But if we're going to be requiring that, you know, we might want to be careful, because then it's what's your testing method and what equipment are you using?
Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands up. I think we've kind of beat this one to death. But all right, Sean, I think we can go ahead and move on to the next one, but at least I think that gives you guys good ammunition to talk about in the next meeting.
Okay. All right, so the next one is down the duct section. We're actually past the ducts, where we're talking about inspectors not required to, inspectors supposed to report deficient, and then under the following, not required to, and we just change some of this out around to operate setback features on thermostats or controls. B would be radiant heaters, steam heaters, blah, 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 or cooling or heating systems when weather conditions or circumstances may cause equipment damage, including and then we specified those two. This came from Scott, where, you know, there could be circumstances that we normally would operate outside of these guidelines that might cause damage. Scott, you want to talk about this at all?
It's putting the temperatures in there and stating, I'll go back to the newer equipment, the inverter systems. There's, just like I said earlier, if the temperature outside hasn't been cooling for a while or too hot or whatever it is, if you turn that unit on within a 24-hour period, stated by manufacturers and other professionals, you can damage the equipment.
So we're just saying that we're giving the inspector another reason that he doesn't have to test it if he feels like it could cause damage.
Right, and then we categorize them as a number 1 and a number 2.
And then we also said the inspector doesn't have to report the tonnage and specify manufacturer match of indoor coils and outside coils. So we just, again, added some clarification there.
Okay. Anybody, I don't see any hands up on that, so I think we're okay there.
All right. So Tony, you want to pull up 535231, standards of practice, plumbing systems. Brian's back from lunch. I just ate lunch on camera.
I didn't want you guys to watch me chomping on taco salad, so I figured I was going to be polite, but I've been here for a while, the whole time.
All right, real quick, Michael Marlowe. Michael, I saw you had your hand up.
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. I was just gonna say this one should stay here. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the water heater. I've seen them in multiple locations, and so.
Okay. So this first one.
Yeah, the expansion tank.
So y'all gonna have to talk about this because in Houston we're happy if we get 40 pounds. So we don't have pressure reducing valves very often here.
Yeah. We get them quite frequently. And yeah, like I said, they can put them anywhere, especially with the tankless water heaters. There's not a really easy place to put them sometimes on those. So you'll find them up in the attic or somewhere along that cold supply line.
Lee,
did you have something with this that you?
No, I didn't. But just to his point, most of the time I've only seen them at water heaters. But if it's something where, and you know, Scott, I'm sure has some input on this too. But if it's not required to be at the water heater, if it can be anywhere along the system, then maybe that's right. That maybe it should stay in the plumbing systems and not specifically on the water heater section. But
I think you'd still have to amend this language because it still right here says at the water.
At the water heater, yeah.
So that leads me to believe that people may have been, if that's the case, people may have been calling this out as deficient, not needing to.
Right. Maybe just changing it to a lack of a visible expansion tank when a pressure reducing valve is in place. So
that would be possible.
Okay. Steve.
Yeah, location-wise, plumbing code just says between the cold water supply to the water heater, and before that and after any check valve or shutoff valve. Most likely it's at the water heater just for availability to space, but it's not required to be there. I mean, it could theoretically it could be anywhere between the last shutoff valve and the water heater. Yeah.
So do you think the one above that, number II, the lack of pressure reducing valve, that doesn't cover it or no?
No.
Those are two different things. I mean, you can have a PRV installed and 150 PSI and there's no defect by the SOP.
Okay.
And even if you have 150 PSI, the only deficiency is you don't have a PRV. It doesn't say it has to be adjusted below 80. I've always thought we needed to address that, that pressure above 80 in and of itself should be a defect. And then the question came into gauges. I've done some white paper writing on gauges that vary 20 PSI off the shelf at Home Depot and Lowe's, so that's an issue. But the over 80 is only a defect related to the PRV, not the actual pressure, and they're two different things. And at the water, I think that the presence of a expansion tank when you have a PRV is without designating a location, should probably just be in the plumbing area and just say, we just kind of know where to look for it. Kind of like the bonding jumper, we look for it at the entrance of the house, but that's not the only place it can be.
Yeah.
So I think for that III, if we change that to a lack of a visible expansion tank when a pressure reducing valve is in place, I think should take care of that issue. And then Steve brings up a good point. Per the standards, if it's 150 PSI, technically it's not a deficiency if it's got a PRV on it, but we might want to introduce a new line in there that states that over 80 PSI is a deficiency as well.
Okay.
And we tried that 10 years ago. We also tried to get rid of reporting the pressure.
Yeah.
And we had one commissioner that didn't want it and kind of overruled it, but the issue was using over-the-counter, off-the-shelf gauges that you say it's got 85 because that's your $10 gauge from Home Depot, and you get in there with a nice oil-filled gauge and find out it's only 65. And I don't know how to address that. We don't require a calibrated water pressure gauge.
Well, I think the same argument can be made on the electrical side for the $7 plug tester versus the $300 circuit analyzer.
We're checking temperatures of the temperature of a register and not air temperature.
Right.
So I think just leaving it in the plumbing section is good. I think most of us do address pressure over 80 above the standard comment. I do. All my guys do. And we all use good oil field gauges, but yeah, we get 120, 130 PSI routinely out in the rural areas because they got to get 40 at the end of the water line, and some of these water companies are huge.
Yep. All right. So I think those two things would probably take care of that issue. I think that's a good call. I think leaving it in this section is probably right. I didn't even think about that, to be honest with you. Okay.
Now, if you want to go one step farther, the plumbing code doesn't say just PRVs. It says downstream of check valves, PRVs, and backflow preventers. We do have backflows at the premise location also. And if you want to enhance the PRV, the plumbing code just gives 3: check valves, PRVs, and backflow preventers.
Okay.
All right, Sean, go ahead.
All right, so we scroll down. No more changes in that. We get to the water heater section. This is something we met about several times. We were sent information from the public. We considered removing, so we added in the absence of or visible deficiencies in the temperature pressure relief valve and discharge piping. And we consider removing a temperature pressure relief valve failed to operate when tested manually. One of our earliest versions had this taken out. The argument was we can always depart from this, but you know the risk is if we don't test it. Tony had a good analogy. Tony Slagle had a good analogy. So the risk reward, if we don't check it, the consequences are if this thing fails, the house, the water heater explodes. For us, if there's no deficiencies in the piping, then the worst of what happens to us, the consequence is we test the pressure TNP valve, is it leaks. And it's deficient because it did not reset. So we talked to a lot of people, and we just felt like that from a consumer standpoint, safety standpoint, we could not remove this standard. And so I guess, and then the next one, the lack of expansion tank, we just need to take that and move it back up, Tony, during our next meeting.
Yeah.
We took all the gas stuff out of this water heater section. So go ahead, Lee.
Oh, I agree. I think keeping the TMP valve, testing it in there is important. I mean, I've always tested them. I put a reasonable amount of pressure. If it doesn't open freely, to me, that's a deficiency, because that valve by design is supposed to open freely and easily. If it doesn't, then it's deficient. But, you know, it's not to say that I don't keep a little hammer just in case to that thing back closed sometimes, because we've all done it. It is what it is. But you're right. It's a pretty big safety issue if it's not, you know, if it doesn't get caught and that thing can't open. But I've had a 30-year-old water heater that the TMP valve still opened up just fine. Couldn't believe it when I saw it, but it happens. I've had a 2-year-old unit that was stuck and just would not open. You just never know. So I think it's good that we keep that in there. And the lack of the expansion device, it was numbered wrong anyway. So if we're taking that out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. So the gas stuff. We removed in the hydrotherapy. Go back up real quick, Tony. Remove from, no, go back. Sorry. Keep going down. Hydrotherapy right here, we removed the absence or failure of ground fault because it's just a duplication. We want that in the electrical section. So
Gotcha.
we took that out. And then we added this section here. So we've had lots of conversation about the definition of a distribution system. We went round and round about that. We had lots of conversations about how we could include the gas appliances, such as the furnace, water heater. We wanted to make sure that everything we took out was covered in this section. So we felt like, after many reviews, that we had gotten that. There was some conversation about leaving some items that were specific to such a heater or something like that. We would leave it in that section. But again, we're trying to eliminate the confusion of where to report the gas problems, a gas leak or a gas valve problem at the heater. The inspectors, I think, struggled with a little bit of should it go in the heater section or the gas, or the other section. We also wanted to make sure that we're not doing any kind of pressure testing of the system, which gets into what a plumber should do. We're not lighting the pilot lights. We also added in here the lack of visible bonding. We had a lot of conversations about bonding and where it should be and everything like that, and we ultimately came up with this. So any discussion about this section?
So a couple things right off the bat. The lettering is kind of goofy. The big A under the other big A, and then there's no E and that type of stuff. So just little cleanup stuff there. But what about sediment traps? Are we going to include sediment traps as something we should be looking for?
That's a good point, because it is required by code.
Yeah, it's been in the IRC since what, 2009, something like that. So it's not new by any means.
We'll add that if the appliance does not have a built-in sediment trap, that we'll talk about adding that in. But that's a good point.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have anything on this new gas supply system?
No.
So this will change the report template.
Okay.
I make a comment that it was there before. Actually, it was optional. Remember, the gas was an optional item, and now we're putting it into. And there is and I'm sure you talked about it a lot, of pulling gas from other areas and kind of collecting it in one place. Do you lose, a gas comment here that has to do with a furnace or a water heater and not in that section? I guess you came to a consensus that consolidating them was better than putting gas comments interspersed through the report.
Yeah, I mean that's we did have that conversation. Tony Slagle was concerned about that, and I could definitely see that side of the street. That if we have a gas valve problem at the furnace, is it going to be confusing to the consumer if it's not listed in the heater section and it's only listed here.
Yeah, is the furnace considered no deficiency at that point? Because there's no comment there when actually there is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that prevents anybody from putting it in those sections as well.
Right.
I think this just provides one central location where it has to be in, as opposed to pick and choose where you're going to find it. So people that are, consumers and or, licensees, agents that are used to looking for gas leaks in the central heat or the water heater will likely still see it because the inspector is likely going to put it there. But if they're going to give something to a plumber to have them fixed, because a plumber is going to fix the gas leaks, they can give them just that whole section of what's there. And so it's all consolidated in one spot.
And that's a lot of the conversations we had is,
yeah.
If they're reading their whole report, they should see it, number one. The inspector can always put it in multiple sections, but this clarifies to the inspector exactly where, at a minimum, you have to put it.
Right.
And then, like you said, a plumber is going to be the one. A HVAC guy is not going to be fixing the gas leak. A plumber is,
right,
in most cases.
All right, Mike M.
Talks about drip legs. Isn't that basically the sediment trap that we were talking about? And it's really a dirt leg more than a drip leg. I'm just wondering about the terminology.
Where do you see drip leg?
Where your inspector is not required.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think it's in relation to pressurizing those, as opposed to the absence thereof.
Right.
Okay. But is that the correct? Isn't that same as a sediment trap, which is
We'll check the terminology.
Okay. Yeah. That's my question. Is more the terminology, because I'd always heard it's really a dirt leg, not a drip leg, because you're not worried about the moisture. You're worried about the trash.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so. Yeah, the sediment.
Yeah. Probably just sediment trap, which I think is what it's actually technically referred to as, would probably be the best way to do that. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Michael Marlowe.
Sediment trap and drip leg are two different things. So I think more appropriate terminology here is going to be sediment trap. You're going to find those at the appliances. A drip leg is for water on wet gas supplies, and you'll find those at the lowest point of the distribution system.
Okay.
So sediment trap would be what I would put in there.
Okay.
All right. I don't see anything else on that. I think looks like we're okay there. If you want to move on, Sean.
All right. 535232, Tony, appliances. Another reason to attend the SOP meetings is Tony teaches us how all the ins and outs of Word. I've learned quite a bit about editing documents. All right, so we took out, this is just housekeeping. These are not gone, but we wanted to stay with the flow, stay the way the rest of the SOPs read, where it talks about what we have to do first, and then it talks about what the inspector is not required to do. So we took all those items, we moved them down. We did not eliminate them. So then we started with dishwashers. We want to clarify that we were going to operate it in the normal setting. So the general provisions talk about operating systems and appliances in the normal setting, but we wanted to clarify that in the the dishwasher section. We renumbered. We added the word visible a couple times, clarify for leaks. And again, we're just renumbering after that.
Okay, before we get too far there, let's start with Mike M.
There's two Mike M's, I think. Okay, Mike Morgan. Okay, the absence of backflow prevention. What about the absence of visible backflow prevention? Because most dishwashers have a built-in one, but still require the high loop or something underneath the sink.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You're right. Okay, Michael Marlowe.
Question about putting in normal setting on dishwasher. I've come across some dishwashers where the normal setting is about a 6-hour cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So how about just operate dishwasher through a cycle? Or you see what I'm saying?
Well, I would recommend changing the word setting into normal mode. I think in a normal setting is just, well, what's an abnormal setting? I put it in normal mode, and I do understand a lot of the newer ones take at least 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours on normal mode. What I typically put in mine is that the full cycle of the dishwasher, the dishwasher wasn't able to complete its full cycle, but was operating as intended during the course of the inspection, so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, nobody wants to sit there for 6 hours just to wait for the dishwasher to finish.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, just, operate the dishwasher. Maybe, like I said, just through a cycle, I just avoid the word normal, because that is a setting that is on most dishwashers. You don't want to restrict to, you have to run this cycle.
Well, look, our standards, like I said, in general provision, it specifies we will operate in normal modes. I think if you're going to deviate from that, it can easily be done like Lee says, where you make a notation in the report.
And is that something going forward in the SOP? Should this be approved, that you could, talk to inspectors and say, we understand, modern manufacturers, the normal mode could be up to 6 hours, but this is what's required from that.
I don't know how we would measure. I don't know how we would verbalize, and how we would verbalize that the inspector has to stand there and listen to when the first cycle's over, the first wash cycle's over, and then they could drain it from there. I don't know how we could.
Yeah, I think what we're required in this A through E to mention as deficiencies, there isn't really anything in there that we aren't going to know in the first 30 minutes of the dishwasher in its normal mode. The only thing we may not know is the functionality or the performance of the heating elements for the dryer cycle. I think in those long cycles, that may be the only one that's there, but I think it would be reasonable for an inspector to say the dishwasher did not complete its normal cycle. But if we start doing other than normal, we start really deviating from what the intent of, I think, of the standards go from at the very beginning was doing everything in its normal setting, no specialized settings. If you do a quick wash, some units only run the bottom spray arm and not the middle or the top. Yeah. Under normal, all of those, everything should be running in, there's no specialized sections of it. So I think that's why it's normal, but I think you just have to put a stipulation in your report if it's extended too long. I mean, the dishwasher is one of the first things I start when I get to a house, but not everybody does it the same way.
Well, and I think the way it was previously written, it just said operate the dishwasher, and there were some comments about clarifying that, which is, we might not need to clarify. We might just say operate the dishwasher like we've always have, and then we don't have to worry about departing if we're not going to run it full.
There's your answer.
Normal cycle.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be detailed, and Brian and I took all the details out and said basically run it. But yeah, the old SOP, if you don't have a copy of the old one, it may have a lot of your answers because it used to have a laundry list.
Yeah, I think striking that out of there might be the good idea, not adding it.
The current SOPs don't say operate. What they do is say report inoperable units. So it's implied that how do you know if it's inoperable if you don't operate it? But there's not any direction to operate the dishwasher.
Yeah, we didn't just put in there just normal operation. We actually said you have to operate the dishwasher.
Well, there's nothing that says you have to operate the vent hood or the disposal either. So if you change one, why aren't we changing the other ones? So it's a point to be taken. So I'd put that on your notes to take a look at for that. There was somebody else that had a comment, but they lowered their hand. So I don't know who that was, or I don't know if that was Randall or you got your question answered or what, but.
I like Tony, if you're reporting inoperable units, there's only one way to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I had a question on the range hoods and exhaust systems.
Yes, sir.
So, and I may be going out off my own little tangent here, but I've always had a little pet peeve, and I've called out as deficient for a long time, vent hoods over gas ranges that recirculate back into the livable space. I know there's no code that states that can't be the case, but I've always written it up, and the thought process behind it was your central heat system, your water heater, your fireplace, all of those have natural gas or propane that runs through them. They all have to have closed flue systems that get those off-gassings to the exterior of the house. And most of those are enclosed systems that aren't subject to dirt, dust, grime, and livable junk. The range will never burn cleaner than any one of those other systems because you'll have food and exposed to the elements and everything else. So somebody using the argument that the gas on the range burns cleaner than everything else holds no water for me. So I've always called that as deficient a vent hood that over a gas range that doesn't terminate to the exterior, and I was wondering about possibly what everybody's thought were on putting that into the standards.
It's hard to put in something that's not required by code.
I agree.
It's kind of like,
I understand.
It's kind of like writing up a ventless fireplace as not having a vent, which I have seen people do. No chimney on the fireplace. When you look up, it's a ventless fireplace. He wrote as a deficiency, he didn't have a chimney.
Yeah.
Right, but we're also not code inspectors. We're looking at performance and looking at safety concerns for our clients. Is it not a safety concern to have that off-gassings from the combustion of gas to be put back into the livable space?
I think the code doesn't require it, and I think the manufacturers for the recirculating system say it can be installed that way. That's the problem. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure what backing we have. Or any kind of data that shows that it's factual, being a safety issue.
I just look at it as if it's the same gas that runs through those other appliances and they have to have closed flue systems, would it not be logical and stand to reason that something over this would as well?
Well, they probably would have added it to the fuel gas code, which I'm looking at right now to see if it's specifically exception for those.
Okay. In the meantime, Randall Needham.
Yes, the vent hood is basically, it's not designed to vent the gases. It's designed to take the moisture and the food contents and pull that up and off the stove. So it's not really designed to pull gases out. Because if that's it, then why do we have it over an electric stove?
Okay. Michael Marlowe?
I completely agree with your reasoning on that. But we can't call it a deficiency because of the reasons that have already been beaten up. And just personally, what I do is I point it out to my clients that, hey, look, if you can get it done, exhausting this to the exterior would be a good idea.
Okay. Like I said, it's something that I've done and I've called out, and I just wanted to kind of get other people's input. So just something for consideration.
All right. We removed all the gas stuff down the range section. Again, moved it up. And then we did some housekeeping there. Then we just reinstalled the inspectors not required to list.
And just for clarity or transparency, number 7 was added.
Yeah, you're right, Tony. Thank you.
Sure.
Back on the mechanical exhaust systems and bathroom heaters. Number 4 says ducts that do not terminate outside the building. Currently, or for a while now, it's no longer been permitted for them to terminate to the soffits. Somebody can make the argument that that is terminating outside the building, although terminating to the soffits is not permitted. Should we not consider possibly clarifying that it needs to terminate or can't terminate to the soffits or has to terminate through the roof or exterior wall?
What's wrong with the soffit?
Because the air comes in through the soffits and pushes it back up into the attic.
So it doesn't have anything to do with the soffit per se, it has to do within a distance of an intake. Not all soffits are intakes. But yes, if the soffit is ventilated and it's an inbound ventilation, yeah, you shouldn't have any exhaust, bathroom vents, anything within 3 feet of it. But that's true.
But that's why everything built in the last 10 years, none of them terminate to the soffits anymore. They either actually go through the roof or they're out on an exterior wall.
In phone houses, soffits are unventilated and you run everything through the soffit for aesthetics. So it depends on construction. If I were to restrict the locations, I would say, within 3 feet of any intake, which would be
And I would agree with Stephen's point, because on a foam, a lot of times the soffits are solid. They're not even perforated because the intent is to foam over that and seal the entire space, because if it's not a sealed system, the foam insulation doesn't work as designed.
Yeah. Well, the soffit is great on a foam house because it minimizes penetrations through roofs and walls.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But so if we can clarify that, I think that would cover my intent there.
Has that been a problem? Because I've never seen a dryer vent to a soffit.
Oh yeah, I see them a lot.
I see bathroom vents fill them all the time, and they just U-turn and right back in the soffit intake. Yeah.
Yeah. Greg House.
Yeah, kind of splitting hairs here for a second, but under the general provisions, number 7 with refrigerator, do we want to specify freestanding refrigerator? What about the built-ins?
This is just saying you're not required to, but you can if you want.
What about if it is built-in? This is for built-in appliances. I throw it in the other because it is built in.
You can always put it in the other.
Yeah, because the seller can't take it with them.
I don't know if we need to specify what type of refrigerator.
Well, we kind of know when it's built in, like those $20,000, what's that brand?
Sub-Zero.
Yeah, Sub-Zero is not going with the seller.
All right. Scott Regan.
This is actually Steve. You still looking in the code for the makeup air?
Not makeup.
I mean, for the vent and everything. I'm sitting here doing the same thing. I'm not finding it anywhere in the code under house appliance.
Well, 623 in the fuel gas is talking about domestic gas appliances. I'll let you know when I find it.
Yeah, not something we have to determine now. It's like I said, it's just something for consideration. I don't know. I think leaving refrigerator just the way it is, you can always exceed the standards and and inspect the refrigerator if you want to. What about on that particular line 7, adding trash compactor, ice maker, and whole house vacuum systems, which are no longer required, just to specify those, just so that they're in the standards.
You're still required to inspect them. They're just not on the form. When we took them off the form, it wasn't that we don't have to inspect them, I don't believe. I think it was just we would add them as the other.
Then where are they in the standards?
But it's not in the standards anymore.
No.
Doesn't the standard say all built-in appliances?
Right, but on the last revision, when we got rid of whole house vacuum systems and trash compactors, that was the consensus at that time, was that the darn things they're old, they're antiquated, we don't have to inspect them. That's why they were taken off. It wasn't, at least the intent from what I recall, was not that they continue to be inspected, because if that was the intent, we would have left them in the standards.
You inspect doorbells just because they're not there anymore?
Doorbells are there. They're in the electrical section.
I mean, they don't have a place on the form, yeah.
Yeah, but they're mentioned in the SOP.
Right.
Maybe we add them to the form.
Well, I'm with you there. We took them off the form because they were hardly ever used, but the intent was not to stop inspecting them. They were just things that were not so common to have their own place on the form.
I don't know. I don't know if the general community has interpreted it that way. I don't think anybody's inspecting them.
I would think if it was something that it wasn't being used very often, but we still were intended to inspect, it would have gone into optional systems or something like that. I think there still would have been standards in place that would have stated that, but everything regarding those 3 items has been taken out. And I remember those discussions. It was like, let's take them out. They're hardly ever there. And if they're there, they never work. Let's just take it out and be done with it.
So so inspectors don't have to mention them if they're there in a house.
Correct, according to the current standards.
I agree.
I personally think if it's built in, the old standard, if you took the house, turned it upside down, what doesn't fall out should be mentioned in the report.
Just for SOP committee's discussion, me personally, I'd like to see trash compactors, ice makers, and whole house vacuum systems be added to number 7.
Okay, just for clarification, ice makers were never in the standard, correct?
I know. No, they weren't.
I know trash compactors and whole house were, but okay, all right, I'll put those on a list.
Okay.
Whole house, trash.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Sure.
sir.
Since we're clarifying that the inspector is not required to operate it, is there an expectation from someone buying a house that they be inspected? And if not, is it worth at least mentioning that someplace?
Yeah, I mean, you should. It's housekeeping. And I think that's what Steven's saying. If it's built in, we should be having a conversation.
Well, it sounds to me very similar to the conversation we had about the whirlpool tubs.
Yeah.
And the expectation. I understand the fact that they very often do not operate as expected. I get that. I'm just wondering if I'm a buyer and I'm going to a house that has a trash compactor, why is it not even mentioned on the inspection report in some form or fashion?
Yeah.
I'm just asking that question. I'm not telling you guys to do that. I'm just raising that issue.
I agree. I mean,
and item number 7 may be something we can add into the preamble just so that it's very clear from the get-go that these specific appliances are not inspected.
yeah, I think we need to look at that, Tony and Scott, at our next meeting. We need to talk about some of these things that are built in and how we want to.
Yeah. If it doesn't fall out of the house when we flip it, it probably should be addressed to who is not inspected or something.
Well, then in that case, we don't have to inspect the range because the range will fall out because nobody installs the anti-tilt device.
All right. Okay. I mean, we need to look at that stuff. That's good points. Because I mean, we still go ahead and inspect them, but I understand now we don't have them in the SOPs. People are not. So okay.
All right, let's move on.
Tony, optional
Optionals.
535233.
I just don't know how you're supposed to find whatever fell behind your range if you can't move it if it's attached. I'm joking.
That's where most of the shutoff valves are at, unfortunately.
No, I know. I got you. Okay.
All right, so we didn't change anything on the sprinklers. Only thing we added was E, report on the performance of an underground zone. It's kind of already stated in the general provisions, but we wanted to clarify that. Swimming pool, we took out the GFCI because it's going to be addressed in the electrical section. And then we took out septic because of just definitions on verbiage. That's it. Got one.
All right. Randall Needham.
Yes, on the pool ground default, we had a discussion last night on that. If you have an outlet that is out there by the pool, not part of the structure, is that going to be reported with the pool, or is that going to be reported in the electrical either way, but it's way out and not part of your inspection because you're not inspecting the pool?
We had that discussion talking about electrical equipment pools when you don't inspect the pool.
Yeah.
And the consensus 10 years ago was if the pool electrical equipment was mounted on the house, we would look at it. If it was freestanding out by the pool, it was part of the pool, and we didn't unless we were inspecting the pool. And that was...
That's kind of what the consensus was last night too, but I
Yeah.
just want to clarify it in here.
If it's mounted to the house, regardless of where it's going, like lighting in the yard or pools, if it's mounted to the house, it's part of the house, we looked at it.
So I guess we probably need to keep. I guess we need
to add that to the electrical section.
Yeah. And we probably need to clarify, leave this in maybe in the pool section saying absence of ground fault certification devices
If you're not,
to the pool.
Yeah, if you're not inspecting the pool, then yeah, there could be an electrical issue out there with the GFCI that's at pool equipment.
Yeah.
Nobody would know because you're not inspecting the pool.
Right. I agree. All right. All right.
All right, did we make our way through all those?
Yep, so I guess we're ready to propose, adopt and propose, right?
The easy killer. All right. So again, thank you for everybody's patience in going through this. I know this is a lot of information to go through. This is not over by any means, but I think based on what we've talked about, there's some stuff to go back to the SOP subcommittee for them to look at, maybe some rewording, revisiting of a couple things, and then get reproposed back at our next full IAC meeting. So I think unless I hear some dissent on that, I think everybody's kind of in consensus there.
Yep.
Okay. With that being said, now that agenda item 13 is done, and we'll place it on a future agenda item, let's take another 10-minute break. We're coming up close to another 2 hours again. Let's take a 10-minute break. It is currently 1:40. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 1:50, and we'll knock out the rest of this and be done. Meeting is back into order. We will go back to item number 14. Discussion and possible action regarding amendments to the inspector report form and Rule 22 TAC 535-223 standard inspection report form.
All right. Tony, do you want to tackle this?
Yeah, I let me just say up front, since we're pushing the SOPs back to the SOP committee, I think outside of addressing anything, because we're not obviously going to move forward with this separately from that, that we just take the comments that were. I'm not saying we shouldn't discuss them today. I'm just saying take the comments that were presented today and recommend moving that back to the SOP. The major difference between the report form as presented to you guys as recommended by the subcommittee and the one that currently is a essential overhaul of the preamble so that when you hand your report to a client, they can actually understand what it says. They can actually read it. I didn't include this in the materials, but I have annotated the old form versus the new form to show where everything moved around. There was one comment from somebody earlier that we received via email that actually addressed something that that wasn't specifically listed on there that we could discuss. But that was kind of the essence of this change. I do have a question about the rule too, but I'll get to that once we get kind of over the discussion about how you want to handle the form.
Yeah, I think being that most of the SOP stuff's going back, I don't see anybody that would have an issue with the report going back as well. I would rather see the SOPs and the form come forward at the same time, so it's all done in one shot when everything's finalized.
Okay. Just if whoever's attending the meeting can review the proposed changes in the preamble, and send those comments back so that we can have it all revised, so we don't go through a revision at the next meeting and have to go back to this report.
But I don't want to discourage anybody who did sign up to talk about this to not be able to do that now if they need to as well. So I was just saying, I was just recommend that for time's sake, because we could spend another 2 hours talking about the report form when really that discussion probably is better served at the subcommittee level.
Yep.
And Tony did a great job of condensing stuff and making it clearer. And the biggest thing in the body is we added other to every section, because every section didn't have other, like the structural had other, electrical didn't have other. So we added other in the body to every section. And then we added the gas section in there. So other than the preamble, that's the biggest change is the preamble. Everybody needs to look at that and get us some feedback.
Okay.
So,
all right. Anybody have any comments or questions on that?
Are we talking about the report form section of our materials?
The report form, yes.
It's a pretty big change. I looked at it and went, wow. I didn't see it. I think the preamble, so you're talking the preamble's the part after the client inspector name stuff.
Yeah.
All the blue stuff.
I thought breaking this up in the sections I think a lot of people would be more apt to read it than that one big long paragraph in the whole page.
Right.
It's real. I think this is probably going to get more attention and got to increase tenfold the number of clients that will actually read it.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think
Now,
I think that's the case, or the attempt here is to actually. So if the information in the preamble is important, and it is, why wouldn't you work to make it easier so that your client would actually read it? Because I've heard, and we've talked about this on the committee level before, I think previously, maybe a couple of years ago, that I always ask people when I know that they bought a house if they've read their inspection report, because I'm intimately involved in what you guys do. And they always say, I got 1-2 lines into that big block of text and just gave up. So it's not serving its purpose if that's the case.
Yeah.
I think this looks good. The only other thing is, and I think we address it later, is mandate that it cannot be any farther back than page 2.
Well, so I was going to discuss that if we're ready to move on to the rule.
Actually, real quick before you get to the rule, on the top of the second page of the preamble, the very first line, conditions may be present in your home that are considered hazardous by today's standards, but did violate building codes.
It did not.
Yeah, put not.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then down at the bottom, I was wondering if it might not be a good idea to include something that similar to what we talked about with our consumer protection notice, that the inspector has the ability to limit their liability in a separate written inspection agreement, just so it's consistent with the consumer protection notice. It just kind of gives a little extra protection to what some of the other concerns were on the CPN, was that an inspector client may never see it because they don't go into an inspector's office and see it, sitting up there. But if we can just throw a little blurb in there that kind of copies pretty much the same verbiage that's in the consumer protection notice, at least just that little one-liner, it may not be a bad idea to throw in there just for a little added extra protection.
Okay. Because you have something on page 2, Tony, but we probably we could just change the wording.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the part that was the version. I thought this was the version that was in the materials, but this is actually the clean version on page 2 where
it just says this property inspection report may
right here,
agreement, addenda, and information related to. I mean, we could strengthen some of that too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually exactly the point that I had it marked, to put it, because I think that fits right to where it should be.
Okay.
Michael Marlowe.
Thanks, Lee. Ken, on the second page, can we get rid of grandfathered? Find another term for that.
What term do you like?
There's the crux.
Old.
How about this? Houses are not required to be updated to meet any current code requirements unless renovated.
Well, and sometimes they're not even required to do it as being renovated.
That's what I thought.
It's not
Yeah.
necessarily
Depends on
true
the
because
city.
if somebody is buying it for a rental, the city's gonna, I'm sorry, this is Randall, I apologize. Rentals, if somebody buys it for a rental, they have to bring it up to current code before they can start renting it.
Depends on the city ordinance.
No, yeah, I don't agree with that because I have rentals and that's not the case. You can renovate it and not bring it up to current code.
Can
How
I
about
ask
this?
what
The
issue is
conditions
with
made.
grandfathered?
All right, hang on. Time out. Tony, I think I heard Tony Slagle had a question.
I just wondered what the condition about the term grandfathered is.
It implies that it's okay that say smoke detectors are grandfathered, implies that the house is perfectly fine without them. And I think that's the
Okay, that's a
impression.
valid, very valid point.
I saw that in there as well, and I thought the fact that it was put in quotations just to show that it's kind of an industry known term that people would understand, and the whole point was that the consumer understand what is really going on. That's why I didn't really have an issue with it, but let me go.
When people use, especially agents, use the word grandfathered, it implies that they don't have to fix it.
Right. Well, there's nothing in our report that we're telling our client that they have to fix anyway.
Right.
The point of the report is not to give them a repair list. The point of the report is to educate them on exactly the condition of the property as it states currently.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, and he brought up a valid, why designate some things as grandfathered and some things not? Why not just say, if it's safety related, don't mention it's grandfathered, just say you should do it.
Yeah, and this is language that's currently in the I believe the notice. I could be wrong. I think it's already there. I don't have an issue with if it's misrepresenting that the house is okay. I don't think that's the intent of that. I just think again that's a term that's commonly understood that grandfathered means that the current code doesn't apply to it, right?
Right. I think it addresses a lot of, especially what the issues we're going to have with like the arc faults and whatnot. They weren't required when the house was built in the 60s and whatnot. And it's a clear way of telling the client that it's not required to be updated, because that was one of the issues that we tend to run into on the aftermath is people saying, well, the inspector called it as deficient, so it has to be repaired. And I think this kind of clears that up, at least, partially, to state that it doesn't. We're just there to give you the information. So,
I mean,
right.
the legislature did say that as code improves, existing homes and owners do not have to update their houses.
Correct.
And it doesn't use the word grandfathered, it just says they're not required to bring them up to current codes.
I mean, we can look at rewording it. Me personally, the fact that grandfathered was in quotations, it just seems to be, it's a term that just about every consumer knows. I don't know. I didn't really have too much of an issue with it, but we can certainly look at it. Let me go to the comments. Greg House.
Yes, so just real quick on the term grandfathered, we are calling out the variances and deficiencies in the report. So grandfathered would be referring to what it was at time of construction. We're still identifying the deficiencies. The other thing there with the consumer notice portion, the way this got written, so this whole paragraph got really rewritten quite a bit from the one we're using now. The way this language goes, if you go down to the bullet points where it says malfunctioning and improperly installed and malfunctioning arc faults, we just told the public that malfunctioning and improperly installed arc faults and GFCIs are considered grandfathered and may not be required to be updated.
Improperly installed.
Okay. Tony Renteria?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with the term grandfathered. Like you said, I've done some litigation, and it's just the best term that is used out there in the building industry by municipalities. With one word, you actually describe a condition, And I think it's just common knowledge for anybody out in that industry. So I'm okay with that term. I think it's the best description.
All right, Brian Carroll.
I'll put my ugly head on and come out of the closet as being a construction litigator. I don't have a problem with the term grandfather that's in here. The language of malfunctioning versus, missing, I think maybe we need to look at that because code did not always require arc faults. But if we're going to say in one section, improperly installed versus, we need to look at that. In the property code doesn't require for rentals things to meet code other than a very narrow set of things that are deadbolt locks, peepholes, a very limited class of things. So I don't think we can say because someone bought it as a rental that they've got to do everything in the inspection report.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that we should strike out the word. We need to look at the word malfunctioning because we are writing up deficient items. Now, the stuff grandfathered might be missing or items that should be in a certain location.
Yeah.
Nothing's grandfathered in to be malfunctioning.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Scott Regan.
Can we remove the Trek logo at the top, please?
Well, Scott, can you guys hear me okay? I just got an indication that my mic might not be working.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
It's already allowed in the rule for you guys to remove it.
Yeah.
This is a Trek promulgated form. It should be on there, but you're allowed by rule to remove it or replace it with something else. So I think it's fine being up there. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to remove it because of that.
Right. All right. Well, we got some homework on that, but I think it's good feedback.
All right, Michael Marlowe, you had your hand up. Did you still want to talk on something?
I was just gonna say, the reason I brought up grandfathered was because of the abuse that it gets with from particular selling agents, listing agents, and taking that away from them so that they actually address the issue instead of arguing whether or not it was required at the beginning or when the house was built or not. That's the big deal that I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greg House.
Hey, one section, the original preamble, it looks like there was a paragraph that's been taken out that makes some pretty good points, and it may have been relocated. I'm just not finding it. But on the current preamble that we're using right now, towards the bottom of the first page, we've got the paragraph that talks about property inspection is not technically exhaustive inspection of structure, system, and components, which is currently in the proposed preamble. But it also goes on to advise the client, the purchaser of the property, that it is recommended that you obtain as much information as available, including seller's disclosures, inspection reports, engineers, yada, yada, yada. I think that that's pretty valuable to have in there, especially if we're trying to be of service and some guidance regarding, our clients and consumers.
It's right. If you look at where I'm pointing, it's right here about in the event that any further evaluation is responsible for the client to obtain further evaluation. Oh no, that's not it. Okay, I see what you're saying. I think that's worth looking into.
I mean, just even if you just boil it down to a bullet point, I really like how this has been cleaned up, and it's very concise. I really like this a lot better. It's light years better than what we got to from 2009 when it got updated last time. But I just think that would be, I think that'd be remiss if we didn't have something in there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on the report form? Okay. We can go ahead and send that one back to SOP, and we'll move on to item 15, update on displaying. Yes.
I just wanted to address the rule.
Oh, sorry.
Because I think it's worth because of a lot of discussion that's happened at this committee over the last year or so, I think it's worth having the committee look at language to add to the rule regarding the report form that specifies when the actual promulgated report form must be presented to a client based on if someone's using software or something of that nature, because there's been a lot of discussion about where does it need to be in the process? Should it be part, can they add it afterwards? And I think that's the best place to clarify exactly what the requirements are in terms of offering this forward. So I just wanted to bring that up and see if you guys agree, then the SOP committee subcommittee could tackle that as well.
Yeah, I think that was part of the issue that enforcement was having was, where is it really clarified in there where that's supposed to be? Because there's some software that puts their graphical interface first, and that's the first thing a client sees. And I think the intent of standardizing the report was that it is consistent all the way across. If you get an inspection in Houston, or you get one in Dallas, or you get one in Austin, when you get that report of that house, you're going to see the same format first, so you know where to find everything, as opposed to different colors and different software. So,
and I don't want to minimize the impact that changing the form has on software companies, but since they're going to have to update it anyway based on whatever changes are made to the form, it seems like possibly part of that programming could be that this comes first, if that's the direction the committee wants to go.
Good way to kind of knock two birds out with one stone.
Yep.
Stephen.
Quick 15 seconds here. The appliance question, fuel gas code 5018, appliances not required to be vented. 11 of them, the first one is ranges. And built-in domestic units listed and marked for optional venting. So it is defined in the fuel gas code.
Okay, good. Thanks for pulling that up. Anybody else have thoughts on what Tony said about the rule?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right, moving on. Item number 15, update on displaying inspector addresses on the TREC website. Tony, can you give us an update on that, please? Tony, you're muted.
Thank you. My headphones just died on me, so I'm kind of trying to get back to the point. This meeting was longer than my headphones could handle. So we've had a lot of internal dialogue about this particular item and what we could do to benefit anybody with regard to this request. At issue is some significant programming that needs to be done to carve inspectors specifically out of this requirement. There is a method by which someone, a license holder who feels that their address needs to be removed from the website can do so. There's a form they can fill out to do that. There's based on specific circumstances. But what I would like to hopefully get you guys to agree to is that we are currently in the process of looking into a new system of record. And part of that process will be programming it to allow us to have significant more flexibility when it comes to things like this that we don't currently have. So the amount of man hours and programming it would take to do this, we could do it. It's just a lot of effort to do it. We're hoping that it would be okay with you guys if you'd be sufficient to wait till we input this into the new system, which is a couple of years off. But wait to do that as part of that system rather than expending the amount of time and effort and cost to do that here, knowing that there is a provision by which an inspector who feels that they need to have their address removed from the website can go through that process.
Okay, I'll kind of throw in on this because I'm kind of the one who brought it up. So I was not aware that there was a means for an inspector to pull that address off. So if that's the case, if we could possibly put that out as far as like a TREC advisor or something of that nature, because that's the first I've ever heard of it.
It's pretty specific to, if there's, threats to you or anything like that, there needs to be something to show why there would be an absolute need to remove it from the website. It's not just a request. So there are certain things, certain boxes that need to be checked before that process is implemented.
Well, for the new folks that you don't understand kind of what this is, currently the way it's set up, when you look up your license on TREC's website, it gives all your information, education, whatnot, but also gives your business address. And for most agents or brokers, that business address is their office, their physical commercial space. For inspectors, who the vast majority are sole proprietors, that office location ends up becoming your personal residence. I'm not a big fan of having my personal residence address listed publicly for any Yahoo to come see, which a couple of years ago, when going through some controversial stuff on this committee and between the commissioners, I had 2 brokers show up at my front door because they pulled their address off TREC's website. I think that's a potential safety issue that's there. I'm not a big fan of it. So I understand do we really want to expend this kind of expense for 3,000 licensees versus 150,000 that are already there? I can certainly see that argument. I'd like to see another option. Maybe if we could change it from a street address to a PO box to put that on there. I'd like to see something there. I don't like the potential issue. Now, granted, the 2 brokers showed at my house, it didn't work out very, very favorably for them, but I don't necessarily want other people to be in that position either. So I just like to see at some point if we might have, I don't mind waiting, for that to happen. I can't justify, really going through that expense to really modify the whole program. But if there's a way that we can change it to put the PO box, a mailing address as opposed to a physical address, I would be certainly okay with that. I just see this as being a potential safety risk here.
And I apologize, Lee. I don't have anyone from our IT department to talk about why your second option might be difficult. I do know there was some discussion about that too, and there wasn't a unanimous, yeah, we can go that route. So I'll circle back around and find out what the answer is on that and get back to you on it.
Okay. Randall Needham.
Yes, thank you. You can put your PO box in that address, but the problem is that it states that it requires a physical address where you do your office. If you can just remove that, people could put in their PO box, because I did that at first, and then
I think that's part of the restructuring thing. There is a requirement that we have a business physical address for various reasons, and part of the programming and restructuring is I think the very issue you're talking about is using that particular space for PO box number or address doesn't work. So I'm not sure there is an option to go PO box, but again, I'll circle back around. I apologize. I know there was some discussion and there was some pushback on that, but I can't remember all the reasons why. It likely has to do with cost and programming on that end as well.
Okay.
Well,
Greg House?
Well, I'll get back to it.
Oh, sorry.
I actually did have it in my PO box originally, and then I found out that it says it requires a physical address. So you can put in a PO box. It's just that y'all have a disclaimer that it must be a actual physical address.
That's because we're required to have that, and so you putting a PO box in there was not in compliance with what our statutory requirements are, that we have a physical business address.
Okay, and that's the issue.
But the statutory requirement doesn't require that you display the physical address.
It does not. That is true, but we do just so. I think it's the carving out a specific license type that becomes an issue. Again, it's a matter of cost benefit over that stuff, and again, it's not that I'm not sensitive to what you're saying, Lee, because I am. We did have the discussion, but I just think if there could be a little bit of patience so we can figure this out, and I know you've been patient, I'm not saying you haven't been, figure this out, and maybe, again, I know it's not ideal, but holding off till we can implement it in the new system might be the best thing we can do.
I guess I'm just kind of looking back going, how much of a real issue is it, being that TREC already has my physical address? If I was just to go in and update my address, or TREC can update my address online to show the PO box, as opposed to that, I don't see any program issue other than 2 minutes of somebody physically going in and PO Box, blah, 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 blah. And that's what's displayed, even though I know that you guys physically have my physical address that is required by state statute.
We have someone who can speak to this a little bit more eloquently than me. Denise?
Well, I can just speak to, your ability to change the address in 2 minutes actually changes our system of record. That's the beauty of that real-time online access that you guys have. So if you were to go in and, backspace on your business physical address and put in a PO box, we no longer have your business physical address on file. So it has to do with revising that programming to show, what programming is in place to display that address. We have different license types where, like for example, the sales agent, we pull in the business physical of the sponsoring broker. So it's just a matter, and I can't really speak to all the details of the technical side of that, but I will say that when you go in and revise your address information, you are actually changing what's in the database.
Okay, Greg House.
Yeah, Tony, you mentioned that there's a request form that can be utilized to get that done. Is that correct?
Yeah, but again, you have to meet certain circumstances. I think it's if there's a restraining order against somebody or things where there's a chance of physical danger to you. There may be some other issues. I don't know what they all are.
So if all those check boxes are, if that criteria is met and the form goes through, how does that get changed in the system?
Denise, can you speak to that? Because I don't know.
Yeah, if the requirements of the policy are met and general counsel actually reviews those requests and the supporting documentation, if that's requested, we actually can programmatically suppress the address information from being displayed on the website. And this came about because we had individuals who are in danger.
Okay, so you have the ability to suppress that information without necessarily having to go in and change the programming per se. Would it be possible that, in our case, we're kind of out there exposed to the world. We don't have that extra layer of, information where, hey, it's this office at this location. Would it be possible for some, allowance for inspectors to make that request based on this situation here? And then as inspectors fill this out and get this turned in, if they choose to do so, that way you guys are not just totally slammed with 3,500 requests to be done immediately, but however the people that may feel that this is, worth having done could at least get something turned in, and then if they choose to have that turned, suppressed where it doesn't show.
Yeah, and I think that's a conversation that when we talk about that with the technical team, maybe general counsel can be there just to make sure we're not, in violation of, what we can collect and what we're displaying. But Tony, I think that's something maybe we could all talk about again, maybe hash it out in more detail now that you're bringing up some different points as a group.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Just because we don't have the IT team here to kind of speak to that, but.
You wouldn't want to log jam, somebody's workload because all of a sudden, an entire license classification needs to be, made anonymous. But, there are people out there that may want that, specific information. You guys know exactly where I live, and that information's fine at the state level. But, we're kind of exposed to the world out there.
I don't want to neglect to mention that it's also what's on file, because you guys are license holders, are subject to open records requests. So regardless of whether we suppress it or not, unless there's some legal reason not to, if someone were to request your information, we'd have to provide it.
Well, we could say that about any industry for that matter.
Right.
I know. I just don't want you to think that by suppressing your name that someone couldn't find out where you live. There's other ways to do it too, but.
There's always ways. I just don't like the fact that it's that freely available, and obviously in my particular situation been utilized on more than one occasion. So, all right, Scott Regan.
Yeah, I'm living in a very nice area in Georgetown, Texas. My vehicles are marked. I have multiple inspectors, and in the past 6 years, we've been robbed twice because they find my information and knowing that my truck's carrying a lot of equipment. And I would say of a loss of $30,000, I do believe this needs to be considered.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Stan?
Yes, I'm just wondering if it's a good idea to maybe leave the zip code on there for the benefit of inspectors. I don't know how that ties in with like search programs, but if you leave your zip code in there anyway, and that doesn't give revealing information, that clients can still find, where you're basically at, because so many of them want to choose people that are near where they live or where they're planning on buying.
Yeah, Stan, I don't think there was ever an indication that it would remove the entire address. I think what Lee wants is the ability to get the street address off. I think you make a valid point that to the extent that people use the website to search for practitioners in their area, it would be a disservice to inspectors to completely mask that, because then people wouldn't be able to look for them on there. So I don't think that was not to remove it entirely. Wasn't the request. It was to give the ability to not have the actual street address on there.
Well, good. I appreciate that. I think that'll help the inspectors a lot. Thank you, Tony.
All right. Brian Carroll?
Yeah, I feel everybody's pain with the issues and wanting the privacy, but from spending a lot of amount of time on the engineering licensing board, the state FAR's website, business information's there, and then the other fact is all your information's in the county appraisal district record. If you own a home, we can find that information in a matter of seconds, and that's every piece of property you own. So just moving it off this website, I don't think, unless we have a domestic violence issue or something like that that's already provided for under Texas law, is really going to do much. And from a consumer standpoint, not being able to find out where the inspectors are located kind of raises an idea a little bit of what are we hiding from, a little bit. And so I would be a little concerned if we start down that path, that there's a little bit of a slippery slope that's on that path.
Okay. I can certainly see there's no way you can hide everybody. There's no way you're right. Tax records, there's any number of different ways you can find, you can look people up, through Google and in Facebook or social media, whatever the case may be. Like I said, I just don't like on my car, I have my license number that's sitting out there. Somebody doesn't like something, or like in Scott's case, they see his license number. They can currently go on Trek's website, not even know his name, punch in his license number under inspector, and it pulls up his name, everybody that he employs, and their home addresses. Just by seeing that license number on the side of his truck. Like I said, I'd like to see us find some way to give a little extra, maybe just one extra layer of protection there, so it's just not as easy. But I understand there's IT limitations, and we can discuss that going forward. I just wanted to kind of bring this up.
I hear you. I am not discounting what you're saying, and I think Denise and I both feel like there's a couple of questions were asked that we just don't know the answer to, that we can go back and find out. Maybe looking at this from a different angle, if there's another way to approach.
All right. Sorry, cat's in the way. All right. Again, I think we kind of beat that one to death. Anything else that anybody wants to talk about on agenda item 15? All right, we will make sure. Hang on. Okay. Item 16, request for future meeting agenda items. A, formation of a working group to discuss software being used by inspectors.
I think that's what
we already talked about that. Didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a talk about having a working group do that, but I think we could address that by rule. Just specify that stuff. If it needs to be more involved than that, we could obviously reach out to additional industry people and have them weigh in.
Okay. All right. Item 17, discuss possible action regarding dates for 2021 for commission approval meeting schedule.
Oh.
And I think, Lee, there was a hand raised back on 16, maybe.
Sorry, right at the end, of course I missed one. Michael Marlowe.
See, I was trying to be nice and let you finish talking before I interrupted you. For the software thing, I know this is a ongoing issue. It's going to be an ongoing issue. And I know I've talked with a couple members about this. By setting the the TREC report format, you make it very hard to keep up with technology. And that is the issue that we are seeing right now. I was just texting with the guy that owns the software that I use. And I asked him, how much does it cost you to comply with the TREC change? And his answer was right around $35,000 for every change you make to a reporting format. So, yeah.
I'll do it for 25.
I'll let him know. But yeah, just keep that in mind that every change you make has consequences. We're trying as inspectors to provide the best product in a readable format to our clients, of course. We are the only state that I know of that has a set format. You know, the other 49 states and the rest of the world somehow survive without it. So,
I think that I've shown Tony some of the reports out there and how you can interact with them and stuff. And I think Steve brought up the last meeting how archaic our template is. So I think there is people have an open mind about as long as we can report what's required, then I think there is some thinking that we will move towards opening up some of the new technology stuff where it's not so restrictive.
yeah, so the thing that keeps coming to my mind is make the rule that the report has to substantially comply with the general format. Okay, so one of the complaints I get from clients is I can't open the PDF on my phone. I have to go find a laptop, whatever, or someone to print it out for me. But the new softwares with their web interface, anybody can look at it on their phone, nice and easy.
Well, this is a statutory fix. It's in statute that the commission shall prescribe the standard form that the inspectors use, and it says the specific reason is to reduce discrepancies and create consistency in preparing reports. So Sean's right. There's been a lot of discussion about if there's some leeway in this, but until the statute's updated or changed, there's not a whole lot we can do other than follow the statute. And if a form is required and mandated, then what do you do with that? Do you allow it just to be an addendum, or do you actually say, well, this is the required form, this needs to be presented before anything else? So that's part of that discussion as well. Right, and the big hang up that I'm seeing with some of them is that the first thing that pops up is the web-based report. Now, the one I'm using, you look at it, it looks just like a TREC report, except it's clickable, and it doesn't have individual pages. It's all just run together. But format-wise, it's as close as you can get. Yeah, you can get a PDF report that looks like a standard TREC report. But, that's what I'm saying. Do we need to address and say, hey, the PDF has to be first, or just does the PDF have to be available? Well, I don't think the rule would contemplate it being a PDF. I think it just that the report form, the promulgated report form or adopted report form by TREC, the consensus by the committee is that should be the first thing the consumer sees. And so it doesn't have to be a PDF or anything. It could be interactive so long as it's that format.
Yeah, it can be a Word document, it could be an HTML document, anything else, as long as the whole intent is that format, the layout that's there, the outline that's there is the first thing that they see. And I understand your position on software companies and how much it costs, which I think is also why we're looking at doing this the same time the SOP changes. Because if we're gonna change the report, if they're going to have to go through the cost of changing the report anyway, and if that particular company costs 35 grand, then at least we're not doing it at two separate times. We're trying to get it all done in one shot so that they don't incur that cost of having to update that multiple times.
Yeah.
And Mike, I don't know if this would help in your concerns about this, but I think part of the problem now is the way that rule is worded. I can't remember what it says. It says something like how you can let's see, it says that the inspector may reproduce the standard form by computer or from printed copies. I think clarifying that a little bit to make it clear that you could do it electronically through some, as long as the format's the same, I think might help with this idea that there's got to be a PDF attached of the form to something.
And Tony, this is Abby, if I can just interject, just for open meeting purposes, since this item is about future agenda items, we are a little bit limited on how much discussion we can have.
Well, it was part of one of the agenda items they talked about earlier, I think 14.
Yes, it was 14.
Okay.
So that we kind of skipped over.
Yep.
So the last thing I'll say on this is that one of the other complaints I hear is that, when we have a software company, that if they try to contact Trek and say, hey, are we good? No one at Trek will say, yeah, you're good, or make this change to be good.
Well, I think that's what the other rationale for clarifying this by rule is. It then gives staff the ability to say, well, according to our rule, this is what's required. Right now, there's nothing that really speaks to that. So they're being as direct as they possibly can be within the confines of what the current rule language is. So I think all of that's part of this discussion in terms of having the SOP subcommittee look at changing this to really to incorporate all the benefits of what you're doing, but also to keep in line with what the statutory requirement is.
Okay. So further discussion.
Okay. All right, so we are at 17, discussion of possible dates. There are suggested dates, Monday, April 12th, Monday, July 12th, Monday, October 11th. There are alternatives just in case. Is there anybody that has concerns or conflicts with those three suggested dates?
October 11th is Columbus Day, and my kids are out, and we'll be going to do something. I'll probably be out of town that weekend and not returning that day.
Okay, maybe let's try it this way. Let's start with Monday, April 12th. Does anybody have an issue with Monday, April 12th, or are we good with that date? Okay, hearing that, I'm assuming April 12th is good. What about July 12th? Everybody okay with July 12th at 10 a.m.?
I will not be here on July 12th. I will be out of the country.
Brian Carroll. Okay, so I'm assuming you will probably also be out on the 13th and 15th as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so that kind of eliminates that one. All right, anybody else have conflicts with July 12th? Okay, I think we'll go ahead and leave that one at the 12th, being that the alternative dates weren't going to work either. And then October 11th. Tony, does Trek have anything as far as Columbus Day goes, or anything there?
We're always open.
Like 7-Eleven. Like 7-Eleven.
Always open.
We're open on Columbus Day. I can't remember the last time I was home for Columbus Day.
Come on.
All right, so I don't have an issue with the 11th. I do have an issue with the 12th, but I could do the 14th. So I can do either the 11th or the 14th. Either one is fine with me.
Just put it on 11th.
Put it on the 11th?
Well, we'll promise to make it short, Sean.
There you go.
I'll just open up the app and turn my screen off.
Well,
sorry,
hopefully we'll be maybe meeting in person by that point.
I could see Scott Regan's face, and he did not believe a thing you just said, Tony. So I was just, yeah.
About short?
Yeah.
You guys are the verbose ones, not me.
All right,
That's wishful thinking.
We need to tell Bruce and Brian that this is not a normal 6-hour meeting.
No, this is definitely not normal.
It really isn't.
It's not normal because it's 6 hours, or it's not normal that what happened during the 6 hours.
No, that's normal. What happened during the 6 hours is normal, but typically these meetings are done, sometime between 12 and 1.
Yeah. All right, Dave Motley. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you guys are pretty brave. I don't schedule anything out that far.
Well, and Dave, to be honest with you, that October date is there because it's what's open on the calendar, but we can always go back and change that if we need to. It's not set in stone. The only date set in stone will be the next one.
Yeah. All right, so I think the consensus was we're good with those 3 suggested dates. I think we're okay there. Of course, that's subject to change. If we come to our next meeting and realize something else has come up, we can certainly modify at that time. Dave, did you have something else? Oh, okay, you raised your hand again, sorry. All right, let me lower that.
Okay, and just so it's out there, SOP subcommittee is going to try to meet on February 8th if it works out with staff.
Staff is good. It's just a matter if the subcommittee is good for that date.
Well, Scott's good.
We're good.
Dave, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Who else is on that committee? There's another person in there. Or is it just
Sean, Scott, Mike, and Dave.
Mike, are you good? Mike's asleep. Oh my God.
Okay, well then you know what? We'll set that date on the February 8th, and what is 9 o'clock still work?
9 o'clock.
Okay, so we'll set that in stone and email the invite to everybody.
All right, and then any public members that wish to attend that, I would highly encourage. That is the best place to get in, free commentary and whatnot, at that point before it comes back to the IAC. Ideally, whether it happens or not is a whole different story. There's a lot of factors, but ideally, the next time the SOP subcommittee submits this to the IAC, I'd like to be able to forward this on with any non-substantive changes to the commissioner so that we can get that ball rolling. It's been a long process. I appreciate the time that everybody's put in on it.
I just wanted to say, Abby, is there a way that you think if anyone wants to submit comments in writing to us before that meeting, which email is the best? I don't want to inundate any one email. I'm happy to give them mine, but if you think the general counsel one's better, we can give them that one.
Yeah, we can do the general counsel. It's general.counsel@trek.texas.gov.
Can you copy that in the chat window too, just so people can cut and paste if they want?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
So anybody who has any written comments about what we discussed today, about the report form, about any of that stuff, please provide it, and we'll make sure that the subcommittee gets it in time for consideration.
Okay. Randall Needham, you had something else?
Yes. Is that SOP meeting going to be posted where we can click on the link, or do?
They're always posted, Randall, and we will make sure that we typically put the dial-in information on the agenda, but we'll make sure we put it also in the main body of the announcement as well. So when you click on it, it'll be there for you to access it.
Okay, great, because I typically try to be there. So thanks a lot.
All right, so with that, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for your time and your patience today. I know this is a long meeting. We had a lot to go over. I appreciate your patience on dealing with. I know virtual, sometimes it's hard, but I think we got to everybody and heard what everybody wanted as far as raising their hands. So I think that's good, and we will call the meeting adjourned at 2:41.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.